We are happy to be here and do some Christmas songs for you this evening. We will start with Veni Veni Emmanuel, which is O Come, Emmanuel.
O come, Emmanuel, and ransom captive Israel, that mourns in lonely exile here, until the Son of God appear. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Oh, come thou dayspring, come and cheer our spirits by thine advent here. Disperse the gloomy clouds of night, and death's dark shadows put to flight. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Veni, veni, Emmanuel, captivum solve Israel, qui gemit in exilio, privatus Dei filio. Gode, gode, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. Gode, gode, Emmanuel, nascetur pro te Israel. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your
Have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. When those blue snowflakes start falling, that's when those blue memories start calling. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas all white, but I'll have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. You'll be doing alright with your Christmas of white, but I'll have a blue, 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 blue Christmas. But I'll have a blue, 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 blue Christmas.
I love the winter weather, so the two of us can get together. There's nothing sweeter, finer, when it's nice and cold. I can hold my baby closer to me and collect the kisses that are due me. I love the winter weather, 'cause I got my love to keep me warm. I love the winter when the two of us can get together. There's nothing sweeter, finer, when it's nice and cold. I can hold my baby closer to me and collect the kisses that are due me. I love the winter weather, 'cause I got my love to keep me warm. Winter's upon us, so won't you stay with me from Christmas till New Year's Day? Don't leave me alone. I won't. Let's light a fire and let it snow. I love the winter weather, so the two of us can get together. There's nothing sweeter, finer, when it's nice and cold. I can hold my baby closer to me and collect the kisses that are due me. I love the winter weather, 'cause I got my love to keep me warm. 'Cause I got my love to keep me warm. 'Cause I got my love to keep me warm. holy night. The stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voices. Oh, night divine, oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine, all night divine. Sisters, sisters, there were never such devoted sisters. Never had to have a chaperone, no sir. I'm here to keep my eye on her, caring, sharing every little thing that we are wearing. When a certain gentleman arrived from Rome, she wore the dress and I'd stay home. All kinds of weather, we stick together, the same in the rain or sun. Two different faces, but in tight places, we think and we act as one. Aha! Those who've seen us know that not a thing can come between us. Many men have tried to split us up, but no one can. Lord, help the mister who comes between me and my sister. And Lord, help the sister who comes between me and my man. All kinds of weather, we stick together, the same in the rain or sun. Two different faces, but in tight places, we think and we act as one. Aha! Those who've seen us know that not a thing can come between us. Many men have tried to split us up, but no one can. Lord, help the mister who comes between me and my sister. And Lord, help the sister who comes between me and my man. Sisters,
come between me and my mail. From tender stem has sprung, of Jesse's lineage coming, as men of old have sung. His came a floweret bright, amid the cold of winter, when past spent was the night. Isaiah 'twas foretold it, the rose I have in mind. With Mary we behold it, the Virgin Mother kind, to show God's love aright. She bore to men a Savior, when half spent was the night. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only hippopotamus will do. Don't want a dog, no dinky tinker toy. I want a hippopotamus to play with and enjoy. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Santa Claus will mind you. He won't have to use a dirty chimney flue. Just bring him through the front door, that's the easy thing to do. I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy, what surprise, when I open up my eyes to see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only hippopotamus will do. car garage. I feed him there and wash him there and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy, what surprise, when I open up my eyes and see a hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only hippopotamus will do. No crocodiles or rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses, and hippopotamuses like me too. Blue sky smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smiling at me, blue skies do 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 do. Bluebirds singing a song, bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Sing Noel, sing Noel, Noel, Noel. 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 Sing Noel, sing Noel. sing Noel, Noel, Noel. Sing Noel, sing Noel, Noel, Noel. Sing Noel, sing Noel, sing Noel, Noel, Noel. 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 This will be our last song of the evening, just as we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding and bring it right here. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. We won't go until we get some. So bring it right here. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And give it up for Bayside High School Chorus! Let's get together. How you want to put us? You got to square us away.
That's okay. I like it.
Black lips. All right, here we go. Way to go, guys.
Thank you very much.
Oops, sorry.
Thank y'all for coming. Y'all did great.
How you been? I'll see you next week.
Yeah. Oh, hi! Oh my goodness! I'm doing so good. How are you? How are you?
I'm so crying.
Oh my god! Yeah.
You're always amazing. I'm Cheryl. Sunrise. Yes. I got they came from the prison. I was at Kennedy Station. Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Oh my gosh.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Nelson Moore. No, in the back corner right there. Yeah, who just sat? You see him? Talking. Oh yeah, no, it's a guy from Career Source. Okay. But they favor one another, right? How you engaged? Copy that, sir. Okay. So good evening. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2024-33 to order. The invocation will be led by Pastor Tim Ritchie of Eastwind Pentecostal Church, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by First Sergeant Johnson. Please stand.
Good evening. Give honor to Mayor Medina and to the rest of the City Council. And we're thankful for your commitment and dedication to our great city. Amen. And we just pray that the Lord will be with you in all of your decisions. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse number 5. It says, "Trust in the Lord with all thy heart, and lean not to thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight. We know, Lord, that we need your direction. We need your help in our decisions. We're thankful for this council that's here tonight. And I pray that you're just going to anoint them. Let the power of your presence be felt in this place. We call upon your name, mighty God, for you are the great and the mighty. We love you. We pray, oh God, that you would just move in our city. I pray especially for this council, you'll give them wisdom and knowledge, help them to make the right choices and the right decisions. I pray, oh Lord, for peace in our streets and protection for our police officers, firefighters, and for all of those first responders that are out there every day. I pray, Lord, that you're going to give wisdom to all the city officials. God, we need you in our midst, and we're thankful for what you're doing in these ending days. We praise you for your presence that we feel in this place, and we give you all the glory and all the honor, and let everybody say in Jesus' name. Jesus' name.
Amen. Right up on the mic. Right on the mic, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Would you please repeat after me the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hoorah. Thank you, First Sergeant. Have to take advantage. It's not always we get a first sergeant in our midst in their dress pink and greens. Outstanding, sir. And welcome to our city council. Madam Jones, roll call.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Present.
Councilman Langevin,
Present.
Mr. Morgan,
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor, announcements, please.
Announcements. 1, 3 vacancies on the Youth Advisory Board. Represents at-large student member positions. Announcement number 2, 1 vacancy on the Community Development and Advisory Board to represent one of the following fields relating to affordable housing, banking industry, residential home building, actively engaged in home building, or for-profit provider positions. 3, 1 vacancy on the Disaster Relief Committee Executive Board. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayflorida.org or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. City Manager, Mr. Morgan, we're on agenda revisions.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I apologize for having so many agenda revisions, but I hope this is my first go round, and so I apologize for having so many. The first item is a second public hearing this evening. It's the consideration of the city's Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as CAPER, for our Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for fiscal year 23-24. It has been added as item 2 under public hearings. This was properly advertised for tonight, and so that will be item 2 under public hearings. Item 9 under consent agenda at Chief Stover's request relating to Assistance for Firefighters grant is being withdrawn by the staff. There was an agenda revision on item 13 to get a corrected dollar amount. However, the original amount is actually the correct amount, so sorry for that having been bounced a couple times. Item 2 under new business, the co-sponsor request from Larson Motorsports. The applicant withdrew that. They no longer need our assistance. And then the last agenda revisions was a discussion to consider the dissolving of the Sustainability Advisory Board, which was added as item 9 under new business as requested by Councilman Langevin. That concludes the agenda revision, sir.
All right, thank you. So, Council, I've got a note here, and I think, I'm not sure if we're all on the same page on this one, but the applicant for item number 2, or as you were number 1 on the new business, has asked that we move them up in the agenda. Is there an appetite from council to do that?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would like to move items 1 and 3 up on the agenda
1 and 3,
for new business.
and you want to do it before public comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I need a motion.
So
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson. I need a second.
I'll second it, Councilman
A second by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So new business 1 and 3 will be heard right before public comments. So we are now on proclamations and recognitions.
I would like to call First Sergeant Kenneth B. Johnson up to the stage.
What? That's an Army cry.
So before I walked into the council chambers, I prayed to the Lord to guide my words in speaking to you. And as I just took the 5 minutes in the car just to reflect on my life, I would be nowhere if it weren't for you.
Mm.
But I owe, where was the pastor that just said the prayer? Is he still here?
Pastor Richie just left.
He just left.
Yeah.
I have to give it to the Lord first for blessing me with a father that tried to do his best to raise me upright and to establish a firm foundation in the church. For a mother who was always making sure we went to Sunday school, who always made sure we went to Wednesday night Bible study, even though I wanted to play baseball or play sports. You're like, no, you need to get in the word first. So I appreciate that. And while as an adult, sometimes I deviate from that walk, the Spirit of Christ is still within me, and he still nurtured me and guided me back to the path that I'm on right now. Ezra, I love you unconditionally, son. This is what it looks like to honor your father.
Mm-hmm.
I know you want to go home and play with toys. You'll get there soon. But this is what it looks like. So, Dad, I appreciate all the years, all the nurturing, all the discipline. Because the Proverbs speaks about discipline, and, the wise find, discipline rewarding because it means you care. It means the Lord cares. It means your father cares. And you care so much to make sure you discipline me in those times to keep me on the straight and narrow. And I appreciate the sacrifices you gave, the sacrifices many others with you gave, and those who didn't come back from Iraq. So I know we really didn't talk about your tours in Iraq, and it's fine, but I love you unconditionally. This is what it looks like for me to honor my father and mother, because, Mommy, I know it's hard for you. I'll never forget September 11th, 2001. You checked us out of school when it happened. You were like, Daddy's going to have to go to war. I'll never forget that. And I appreciate both of you unconditionally. Even when I don't say it, I think and I pray it. But here I am making a declaration in front of the whole city to show I appreciate and love both of you unconditionally. So thank you.
Wow.
Wow, honored. First of all, giving honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and just thanking everyone who was able to come out. And I realize you guys, I'll be brief because I realize you guys have business to take care of, and that's important. But I'm so thankful for this opportunity. Oftentimes, as a brother of veterans, oftentimes we go through things mentally, and it affects us in everything that we do. I go back oftentimes to the young men and women, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, when we were deployed, and the fear in their eyes and everything that they had to deal with. And it was the seasoned people who had to reassure them that their training was going to take them through. So I'm just thankful for everything. I'm thankful for this city, everything that you guys do on a regular basis, council. I'm just appreciative. I love people. I currently teach at Bayside High School. And one of the things I enjoy the most is standing in front of young people, students, just like the Bayside course that was just here. I saw many former students that were currently standing up here, but I really relish the opportunity to be able to give back. When everyone stood up for the Pledge of Allegiance, believe it or not, that's a challenge in school, all right, to get everyone to stand. They realize when they come in my class, everyone stands, all right, not unless you got a letter on file with the front office, but other than that, everyone's standing because it's all about honor. All right, he mentioned honor to father, but also honor of country. So again, thank you guys for everything that you do, for everyone that showed up tonight to represent. I had no idea. My wife, she working behind the scenes. I'm just appreciative. So thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. That's what's up. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, guys. Yeah, get that. That's what's up. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You're right. You should lower that. Just give me the look. That's what's up. Trying to play music. Oh, jeez. So now we're going to new business item number 1. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, this is the consideration of a co-sponsorship request from Career Source Brevard. And if you have any questions, our Daniel Wade, our acting recreation director, can answer that. We do have some comment cards on that item too, at least one I saw.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, want to go through the comment cards?
Yeah, we have one comment card. That's from Bill Batten.
Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. As always, anytime we have co-sponsorship, I look at it as preferential treatment where you're providing for one group over another group. I'm not saying it's not a bad cause. All I'm saying is that it's preferential treatment. Why make one person have to pay for something and then you give that money that you could bring into the city, you let another person get it for free? I just look at it as preferential treatment, and as always, I have to speak out against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Did you want to make comments on that, Mr. Morgan, regarding the...
Not unless you have any questions.
Any questions from council? I don't see any. And by the way, gentlemen, I know it's not part of this item, but I've been asking for a light system up here. I think we finally got a resolution on its way. So I'm really excited that we'll be able to, whenever you want to speak, you'll be able to tap in. All right? So I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
I'll second.
Got a second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Discussion, sir?
No, Mayor.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Passes unanimously. We are now on new business number 3.
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor.
Morgan.
Yes, this is a consideration of a planned unit development agreement for self-storage use with Palm Bay Medical Office Corporation. We have a couple of really great staff members here to address any questions. Althea Jefferson, our Deputy Growth Management Director, and Michael Rodriguez, our Deputy City Attorney. I do see we have a fair number of public comment cards on this item as well.
Okay, so I do have some questions. The very first thing is, how did Mr. Rodriguez?
Yep.
How did we get to this part of just an agreement instead of it going through the, if a PUD process is, it's a little different than what I'm used to here.
Right. Where we came to is this was a use that was requested. The use that was requested is storage unit under the code, under the former land development code, was listed as a conditional use. So staff had a question whether this was to be processed as a conditional use approval application. The problem is that because this property is in a PUD, the PUD ordinance as drafted in the former LDC does not take into account permitted uses, prohibited uses, conditional uses. Under a PUD, usually you have an agreement. You have a preliminary development plan, a final development plan. Every jurisdiction I've worked before, you also have a developer's agreement. that lays out the development standards, the uses permitted, those uses not, those prohibited uses, conditional uses. They're all in that plan. The approval of Bayside Lakes in 1999 did not have, that's how it was done back then, did not have your traditional final development plan. What we had was an approval. We then had uses listed in a private declaration of restrictive covenants that covers it. So then we're standing in that, and how do we address this request? So under the parameters of what you would normally do with a PUD, it was then determined, well, we will take as a request to add this as one of the uses within the PUD. But it's not a condition. It's not a conditional use application. But the city will consider it use subject to certain conditions, and those conditions mirror the conditional use approval conditions that are in the land development code for storage units. So that's how it was brought up. Because there's no original developers agreement in this matter, that would be subject to an amendment. This would be an agreement that would be limited in scope to just the parcel in question, as to whether then to permit this use within the PUD subject to the conditions as enumerated in the agreement. So that's how this one came on board. It is really a one-off. And I think under the new revisions to the Land Development Code, these are issues that are going to be resolved, especially as now future PUDs are going to have preliminary development plans, final development plans. You can have a developer's agreement. These agreements, we're going to be able to hatch them between the city and the applicants to come up with our development standards. I mean, my experience, usually these developers agreements become development standards. It lays out your uses, your lot sizes, setbacks, all of your landscaping requirements and traffic. These are all laid out in these agreements that really govern the PUD. This is an old one that really doesn't have that. So this was kind of best way of trying to, force a square peg into a round hole in this case, in order for it to come forward to be considered.
Yeah, and I kind of see, there's been rumors out there that council agreed to this agreement, and that there's just some concerns, right? And I'm going to lay it out. When you say about the PUD, and I'm asking here, right? We've had before us a concern of a PUD, and it's been townhomes and the height of the homes. This is automatically going to be 3 stories already, right? Now, I can't have a 3-story home within Bayside Lakes, but I'm going to have another 3-story storage facility there.
Well, for starters, the matter is coming to the council for consideration. Therefore, this council hasn't agreed on anything.
Correct.
This is the mechanism that's being brought forth to this council for council to make a determination one way or another.
Okay.
So there's no agreement. This is just the tool that has to be brought forth to this council for council to act.
And then, so right along that same vein, and I'm sorry I'm taking up so many questions, gentlemen. Right along that same vein, if this agreement is not accepted by council, then there's another proper recourse for this to go through?
If it's denied, then that's going to be the prerogative of the applicant, whether or not they seek the proper mechanisms under statute to appeal a decision of the city council.
And so the proper protocol would have been to have this as a quasi-judicial issue, go through the planning and zoning issue.
If it was to actually be an amendment to a final development plan, but we don't have a final development plan to amend. That's the rub in this one, is that it's not.
I'm tracking you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's that. This was the most, I guess, creative way to address a situation, to present it here, for it to be brought to council, for council to then hear the case, consider the case, and then vote accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I just wanted, and you gave me enough legal guidance. We do have an option here.
Yes, you're not compelled to approve, because and this was the differentiation, that this is not a conditional use approval application. When you have conditional use approval applications, yes, those usually go to planning and zoning, and as long as an applicant meets the specific criteria for a conditional use, then it's can be met. Because that the PUD ordinance does not specifically list, in this case, storage units as a conditional use, in advising with staff, I didn't believe that this was a matter that could come before this council as a conditional use application, because it just wasn't there under the LDC. So this way we're treating it as if we had a traditional developers agreement and a final development plan, this would be coming up as an amendment to a development agreement.
Understood.
Because there is no overall development agreement for Bayside Lakes, then this becomes a kind of a one-off hybrid in order to bring it forth for consideration, as it only applies to this lot.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Deputy Mayor, I guess we have a few speaker cards.
Yeah. First speaker is Bill Batten.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible we can have staff make their presentation?
Absolutely.
In order for it to be
I think
considered?
that might set a broader parameter and on the discussion. We had some legal discussion, but I think we have.
Yes, sir.
I think that would sort of set the stage and help everybody.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Morgan. That's why I asked you to present the item. But okay,
yeah, no,
carry on.
that'd be great. So, Althea Jefferson, our Deputy Growth Management Director, is very familiar with this, and I think that will help you have a better overview.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay, it's already on.
You wanted to bring it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today, you have this before you because, as the City Attorney mentioned, this was approved in a way that's not consistent with how we do things now. You're used to seeing things in a certain order. In this particular case, this use was not originally stated in the deeds and restrictions, nor was it in the approved ordinance for this PUD. In November of 2023, we had a pre-application meeting with the applicant to talk about some of their plans for the development of this self-storage facility. And at that time, as Mr. Rodriguez mentioned, we did tell them that there was no straight path forward, as it was not permitted in the documents that we had, and it couldn't go forward as a conditional use. In February of 2024, they came back with a site plan application, which you do have in your backup materials. That site plan application is serving as their conceptual plan for this particular agreement. And it is substantially the very same as what staff has under review currently. We've gone through 2 rounds of reviews for that site plan. The site plan cannot and will not be approved unless this particular item before you tonight is approved. So with that, I just wanted to mention that the PUD agreement, again, it's already been mentioned, the conceptual site plan is everything enlisted in our current code for any self-storage facilities citywide. Everything showing in the presented site plan application and in your attachment is the concept that has gone through the list of requirements in our code, which not only dictate how the storage facility must meet our regulations, but there's a second litmus test that includes just your general provisions for approval of any conditional use. And I can enumerate those for you if you like, but wouldn't be necessary at this time unless you're interested. I do want to also state that as the city attorney has stated.
Get on the mic, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do also want to restate, as the city attorney mentioned, in our updated code, as well as in Florida statutes, there's a detailed list of what has to be stated in a development agreement. And in our code now, as it's been adopted, we would require a development agreement for a PUD zoning. As part of that PUD rezoning or zoning, we'd have all of those details as they're enumerated in the Florida statutes and dictated in our code. From there, they would also submit their preliminary development plan. So at that time, you would have your PUD rezoning, preliminary development plan, and your development agreement. Everything you need laid out right there. Right now, this particular PUD is operating under private deeds and restrictions, covenants that we have no say over. So it is incumbent upon us, as the attorney has stated, to find a way to give you your rightful authority to make a decision as to whether or not this proceeds. The fact that it's been changed in the covenants has nothing to do with what the city council approved back in the late 90s.
Thank you, ma'am. So one question. So part of that would have been a meeting with the residents as well, wouldn't it?
This particular application for, yes, the PUD rezoning
Yes.
and preliminary development plan, yes, would have required a CPP.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Stand fast. I'm going to see if there's any council members that would like to ask any questions. Are there any questions? I'll start. Any questions, Councilman? Council, any questions?
No, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Thank
Unless
you,
you
ma'am.
have further
I
questions.
appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Speaker card, sir.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I got the question answered. How was this different from other from other storage units with conditional uses? That got that question answered. And by the way I'm interpreting this is we'll still have to see if the builders and developers want to bring this into Bayside Lakes. It'll still have to go through all the other plans that we would normally see of their plan that would become before the public. But by the fact of if the city agrees to this, is that the first step that says it's already been approved? Because we see this with planning and zoning. Well, we changed the zoning and it's already been happening. This has to be authorized in this zone. That's the first question. The second question is, this is for this storage unit, but the agreement for Bayside Lakes, it encompasses all the commercial property within in that planned unit development of Bayside Lakes. There's a lot of commercial business land in there right now that this could potentially be the open door for every piece of lot, every vacant lot that's commercial turning into storage unit, right? The second item the third item with this one was, this plan was presented in 1999. And when it came, it was going to be the saving grace to save the city. But all we see happening, because this is what developers wanted, look what we're dealing with now in Bayside Lakes. We have the golf courses, so it's not part of it, but it was the selling point for it. That was part of the whole general idea. As a result, we now have that big piece of acreage that's being considered rezoned into residential. As a result of that, you'll have a change in the overall image of Bayside Lakes. So with this change of storage units being authorized automatically with a PUD modification, is that going to happen there also? You can see the concern that we're having. So 1999, they had no real plan. They had an idea, and the idea was accepted, not necessarily the plan. So what I'm saying is, let's don't fall to the, I want to say trickery, but it wasn't, because we thought it was a good deal. We don't want to fall to the same mistake again of not knowing what it is we're agreeing to because somebody said, here's a great idea. We've seen the failure of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, there were some questions there. Is it okay to bring up the...
Yes, please. Why don't you come back up? And...
Mr. Thea, did you get those questions?
So I believe I captured some of that. I believe you said one of your questions had been answered with regard to how is this different than any other self-storage facility. It would not be. In addition to that, you stated something about the PUD in itself and the process that was used. Believe me, when I first started here, this was one of the biggest mysteries I've ever seen as a planner in 30 years. And especially given the fact that what has to be enumerated in an agreement is in the Florida statutes, more recent as of 2012, I believe. But yet and still, this does make it difficult to manage this PUD when things like this happen. And it's been a creative way for our attorney to suggest this method as opposed to just using the conditional use process. Does that
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think that answers his questions. He's nodding his head. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, Robert Stice.
Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796 Windward Drive, Southeast. Bayside Lakes has always been the crown jewel in this particular area. You've commented on it a lot, sir. And I got to tell you, since I moved here in 2017, from there to here, the quality of my life in Bayside Lakes has been reduced by the overbuilding. Now, if you look at outside Bayside Lakes, which is where my HOA is, you have a large storage facility, would be on the west side of Bayside Lakes. Then you have another one that's gone up since I've been here on the east side of Bayside Lakes. Now you're putting up this mega storage facility. I heard it was going to be over 100,000 square feet between 7-Eleven and the American Legion. This is purely unacceptable for as far as the quality of Bayside Lakes goes. Now, in my opinion, with some of the shenanigans or issues that we had at the clubhouse a while back with the POA and the HOA managers and what have you, there are rumors, and I'm saying rumors. I'm wondering how a medical facility has this land and wants to turn it into a storage facility. That just doesn't add up. What I've heard, and again, what I've heard, in my opinion, that the end around on this is to have this being sold to KEW. These are the folks that want to come in and wanted to take complete control of the Property Owners Association. I don't know if that's true. Again, I don't know if that's true. But again, you look at what we're looking at, and it's within a square mile. Okay, it's just too much. It's way, way too much. So my task, my request to you folks is look at this from a quality of life perspective. I understand that there's going to be a minimum amount of traffic and going in any storage facility, but this is overgrowth, and it's unacceptable overgrowth. So you have Bayside Lakes here. How are you going to create that and enhance that, and what is it going to look like in 5 or 10 years? We had a vote. Voted for every one of you guys. Okay? How are you going to improve our quality of life? What I missed out on, I'm sorry I did, but when I got off vacation, I go into Publix, and the one on Heritage Parkway is open. I went in there, but at about 10 o'clock in the morning, it was packed on Bayside Lakes. You already have this in here now. You have too many people on top of one another with an infrastructure that doesn't work. It's unacceptable. So please look at all of this before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Next speaker.
Yeah, the last speaker on this item is John McGee.
Thank you, John McGee, 1991 Thornwood Drive, Bayside Lakes. I speak at this evening in total opposition to any planned storage units in Bayside Lakes, period. We already have one there called Mr. Storit on both sides of Bayside Lakes Boulevard. The last addition to that was in front of the Majors Golf Course. As you know, Bayside Lakes was developed as a premier community and a community whose central attraction was a championship golf course called the Majors. People purchased homes not only adjacent to the golf course, but in Bayside Lakes for the purpose of taking advantage of the golf course for their recreational activities. With the subsequent purchase of the golf course by Joy LLC, the Majors is no longer in business. The express intent of Joy LLC, as mentioned previously, is to turn that property into a planned unit development, housing development, multi-units, single-family homes, etc. That means that all the green space in Bayside Lakes is basically gone. We don't have any green space left. We have no parks. We have no recreational facilities other than the clubhouse, which is part of the HOA. You should also know that there was a recent meeting with KEW A developer run by Mike Erdman, a corporation, is in the process of trying to impose his agenda on the citizens of Bayside Lakes by taking over the POA. He has the proxy, says he has proxy votes to eliminate the participation of all citizens and turn the property and management of the Bayside Lakes into a commercial property that he himself will run and his hand-selected officials. This is totally unacceptable. We met with him in public forum on November 25. There were over 500 people that showed up at the Bayside Lakes Clubhouse in opposition to this. And we have, as of a couple of days ago, our HOAs, the 17 HOAs, have taken the step to take legal action to stop this takeover. So we are in the process of trying to fight an outside takeover in Bayside Lakes. So we understand that there's another planned storage unit being approved on Cogan Drive for another 100,000 square foot, 3-story facility as well. If we allow all of this to go on, we will have 3 storage units in Bayside Lakes. That's more than we have restaurants. So we demand that we stop this development and take a time out and revisit Bayside Lakes. I'm sure there are people within the community that will work with the city and the council and the planning people to develop where do we go with Bayside Lakes. But at this point in time, 3-story, 100,000 foot storage units are totally unacceptable. And we as a community of over 2,400 residential property owners will not stand for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McGee. Thank you. That's the last speaker. Yes, sir, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, I'm not sure if the applicant is here or if they would want to. Yeah, and they don't need to have a speaker card as applicant.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Craig Ligdish. I live at. Oh, do you want to speak? Okay. My name is Craig Ligdish. I live at 815 Sanderling Drive in the Atlantic, and I've owned the Bayside Lake property for approximately 25 years, the very onset of the development. So I think what you've heard here tonight is a number of residents of Bayside Lakes who seem to be unhappy living in Bayside Lakes. Bayside Lakes is a planned unit development. It is managed by a homeowners association, a commercial homeowners association, and there have been a lot of events that have occurred in Bayside Lakes, obviously, over the last 5 years that have caused some people to be unhappy. This project was conceived 2 years ago, and when it was conceived, it was taken through the proper whatever, and it was approved by the Commercial and Homeowners Association of Bayside Lakes in November of 2023 and in November of 2024. I'm not aware of any other efforts to build a storage facility in Bayside Lakes other than the one before you. You're more familiar with PUDs than I am, the legal ramifications and the jurisdiction that the City Council has over PUDs. I believe we have 2 PUDs in our community, one at Bayside Lakes and one at Bayfront. I own property in both. I think we are all aware of what's happened in both of those PUDs over the last 20 years, so I don't need to review it, but I think they have been generally have not developed as we would have hoped. Bayside Lakes has its own rules and its own jurisdiction. This is being brought before you for the reasons that you've heard by your legal counsel, and it was an agreement that was developed over a period of 6 months.
Bless you.
Between Mr. Rodriguez and the legal counsel that represents ourselves. I do not have anything to do with KEW Development, Mr. Mike Erdman. I am a property owner in Bayside Lakes. I've developed the property to the best of my ability, and the people who are looking to build the storage facility are interested in providing a high quality facility to meet the needs of the residents of Bayside Lakes. If there wasn't a demand or a need, I don't think they would be investing what clearly is millions of dollars in the construction of this facility. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
All right, sir. Council, any questions? No questions? All right. Carry on. Is there do you have a question?
Have you had any other commercial applicants or developers that were interested in developing in your property, on your property, other than self-storage?
So on the property currently is a 5,000 square foot medical office building that is currently occupied. And we have obtained a building permit and have started construction on a 10,000 square foot commercial office building. And there is an additional 5,000 square foot office building currently located on the property. So the property is 6 acres, and it has 2 buildings currently, a third one under construction, and the storage facility, which has been presented to you.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that, because in the staff report, it says the lot may include other permitted commercial uses, retail, restaurants, professional offices. That would be the preference of this council. So I wasn't sure if you had,
So-
to the gentleman's point, Mr. John mentioning, Mr. McGee, yep, mentioning, we have a shortage of restaurants in that area, but we have a influx of people in that area. So I was just wondering if.
So again, as a developer, we try to meet the needs of the community and develop properties that people will desire. So the 10,000 square foot commercial office, the commercial building that I mentioned that's under construction, has already signed a lease with a restaurant. There's a church that's interested in occupying one of the bays, and there are several other parties that are interested in occupying the space. But we all are familiar with our economy, and small restaurants are failing in our community, are closing every day. The restaurant that we've leased to is a chain restaurant, and we can't. I don't own a restaurant, and I don't plan on owning a restaurant. I have built buildings in the area, and some of them have remained vacant for 20 years. Some of them, the medical office building was just occupied and sold a couple of years ago. So we only build where there seems to be a demand, and that's why we've elected to build a 10,000 square foot retail center, which seems like it's going well. And that's in the very front of that parcel. This parcel was, again, purchased about 20 years ago. The storage facility is in the far back of the facility. And in the rear of that parcel is a retention pond.
Thank you.
So
Any
I think it will
additional
be
questions?
an improvement to the facility, to Bayside Lakes.
Any additional questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So, Council, I'll need a motion to accept or deny this agreement.
Motion to deny the planned unit development agreement for Palm Bay Medical Office Corporation.
I second.
Okay. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Gentlemen, discussions?
Nothing else. I would like to continue this discussion with Dr. Deligdish, or maybe our economic development team, because I feel something of use could really be in that area, and I think that would be better suited for the residents and everybody.
Well,
it's best interest.
Yes, sir. You made the motion. I have my comments, but I'm gonna yield to Councilman Hammer, who seconded the motion.
Well, myself, I truly believe it needs to have a reflection of how the people in the community feel. We were put up here by the people of the community to speak for the people of the community. And I truly believe that this is what the community feels. I have never heard anybody come up and say we need more storage units. So I'm going to have to back the community on this, as well as my ability to sleep today.
Well, so that's so eloquently put. As I reflect on Bayside Lakes, I was here prior to Bayside Lakes, and Bayside Lakes, you've often heard me say, has been the jewel of our community. When we had that Arnold Palmer designed golf course, and today it's not there. And my heart goes out to each and every homeowner in the Bayside Lakes community. So you're absolutely right, sir. This agreement is not something that I would support. I can tell you that. So I got a motion to deny this agreement by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. We are now on public comments.
Our first speaker is Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. This was not what I wanted to talk about, but I was very happy to see the way the council just voted when they're looking at what the constituents of Palm Bay wanted. But that's not what I wanted to address. I just wanted to wish the council, because I won't see it between now and Christmas, that everybody has a very Merry Christmas, and may it be full of pure love and joy for you and your families. And I want that for the rest of the city of Palm Bay. I normally would do that at the end under second public comments, but that might disappear, so I wanted to make sure I got it in one more time. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas, one and all.
Merry Christmas.
Mark Miller.
I think Master Chief was reading my notes. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and I'll be out of town, so I'll miss the first one in January, but praise God to you guys. Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue, Palm Bay. I just wanted to address, I guess since I have a few minutes, the possibility of that second session going away. And really that whole item 7 under new business. I know it's coming up in a minute for people to talk about that, but unfortunately I have another commitment that I've got to run to. So generally I'm in agreement with item 1. Under item 2, it looked like we're going to lose some time to speak. We're going to have to combine sometimes. And then item 3 under that new business number 7, eliminating the second public comment period at the end of the meetings. You know, if a person's late or can't make it, when I worked at Blue, I couldn't get here till 7. I didn't even get home till 7, right? So I think that's part of it. I've been attending the last 4 or 5 months, and you guys have a lot of awesome discussion up here during these meetings. And a lot of those citizens come up and have a lot of great discussion during the meetings that is not available on the PDF form that we read before we come. So having that second round of being able to have some public comments, I think is important because it's live. It's real feedback right here from what just took place in the room. So we have an opportunity to speak again. And of course, one of my favorite parts are y'all's closing reports. So it gives us the time to digest that and say some things. And let's be real. There's not very few people that come to this meeting, and those that do come, and it's very unfortunate, those that do come, very few even stay till the end. So, and those that do stay to the end usually have some value-added comments in the second round. So I think one of the issues that the citizens of Palm Bay have is along the way, you know, we've lost trust in our elected officials. And if we really care about the ideas and the input from our citizens, I don't think right now is the time to remove opportunities for people to speak. I think we should create opportunities because this is the only time we have to address all of you at the same time, really the whole city at the same time. And so I really want to discourage eliminating that second opportunity for public comments. Just because other cities don't do it, well, let me tell you, there's a lot of things Palm Bay does great. Maybe this is something they should bring on board instead of us just following everybody else. So 30 some years, executive leadership, long meetings are awful. They're costly. They can be ineffective, but I think there's a lot of other things that we can do better to improve the performance and efficiency of the meeting rather than taking the opportunity for the public to speak. All right. God bless you.
Pastor Miller, I had a question. If you had a choice of just one public comment session, would you prefer it at the end?
I would put it at the beginning.
If you had just that one
Yeah, I think you'll have a lot more people here for the first one. And obviously some of these meetings run really, really, really long. Okay. I think most of the value added comments, and I think there's an accountability to the people too. Don't just come up here and ramble for 3 minutes. If you don't have a point to make, if you don't have a question to ask or a solution to a problem, then don't just come up here and ramble for 3 minutes, right? Just come up here, be prepared, come up on purpose, and let's have, some quality discussion.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next speaker.
Laura Revels.
Good evening. Laura Revels, 410 Neptune Drive in Palm Bay. Lockmar used to be a jewel of the community as well until PCCA moved in 3 years ago. Since then, our neighborhood has significantly gone downhill with the traffic. We have had many conversations and meetings in reference to resolving this issue, and it has not been resolved. And Lockmar residents are taxpayers of this community, and we deserve to have a peaceful, quiet life and a good quality of life. And that has gone downhill significantly. Since the school moved in, they've had no interest in resolving the traffic issues. They've made little to no progress in doing anything. So what I am going to ask you, Mayor, to do is, effective the 25-26 school year, have the city attorney send a letter to PCCA instructing them that they are no longer allowed to use the current car loop. We need to get this traffic out of our neighborhood. It's not fair to us that live there. We deal with it on a daily basis. There's no parking signs, yet they park there anyways. The other night, they had a Christmas event and they were parking all over the streets, on our property, on our front lawns. It's ridiculous. I have pictures and pamphlets to hand out to all of you so you can see it. We've sent videos, pictures, hundreds over the past 2.5 years. And it's about time PCCA step up and resolve the problem. There's one alternative that is an easy solution, that they can direct all the traffic to for their school on their own property. Now they own the property across the street on Emerson. They can use that as well to get it out of the streets. It's not fair. It's not fair to us. We can't walk the streets. We can't bike ride. We can't do anything. It's too dangerous, and it needs to stop. PCCA needs to be held accountable. They have the funds to do it. They get state and federal funds, plus they have private donor and donations from investors, some out of the country. So, we need to do something, and it needs to happen now, because the citizens of Lockmar are getting really tired of having to deal with this on a daily basis. And I myself, for one, my quality of life has gone downhill when you can't even walk your neighborhood. It's ridiculous. And I pay a lot of taxes. And Lockmar was the jewel of Palm Bay, but it isn't anymore. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to come up and hand one of these to each of you.
Sure, you can hand it to me and I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And council, just so that you know, ma'am, this one's yours.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I think I gave you that one.
Okay. Council, just as and Mr. Morgan, just as a brief, we've been dealing, as you're probably aware, Councilman Johnson, we've been dealing with PCCA in that community, and I know that you're serving as an interim, Mr. Morgan. However, there's something that we should start addressing even more effectively. In my opinion, we have gone through several meetings with staff, and the residents have been in an uproar for quite some time. I still think Lockmar is a jewel in our community. But that being said, I believe that I'd like to see more of an effort, more of a discussion with PCCA. And I know that we had discussed in the past having our city attorney, Miss Smith, have that discussion with bringing them to the table to see how they could effectively start busing. I know busing was an issue. We had the council chambers here filled the last meeting, and there was discussion of council or supporting the busing. And since then, we haven't had, I know we've got 3 new council members. I just wanted to try and bring you up to speed. We've been effectively attempting to work with PCCA, and we just need to resolve this issue. Perhaps we're not going to get it 100%, but the suggestion of them bringing their vehicles on their own property has always been a target. And if that can't be accomplished, then perhaps bus the children in to avoid all that traffic in the neighborhood. So those are up to speed. I know that we have, I think Mr. Valentino Perez has been part of the discussions. In the interim, we also have lost a traffic engineer who was tasked with that capacity. So that might have fell between the cracks as well.
And we also have a traffic engineering consultant, but my understanding, and again, kind of being new, I'm catching up as quickly as I can, is that there have been outreach efforts
Yes, sir.
to them, and certainly our goal as staff is the same as the council's, to try to see if we can encourage it to have it be better, and we won't stop trying to do that.
Thank you, sir. And one of the things that was discussed, and I don't know, I'm not a traffic engineer, but to get more cars off the road of Emerson, to extend that turn lane, that was discussed. I don't know where the traffic engineer went on that, but that was once a recommendation as well. But as long as staff is going to concentrate on seeing what other resolutions we could come up with, I would appreciate it. Because right now, this next school year is about the second semester, I should say, is about to start. So
yeah, I think what we'd like to do is to try to encourage them to do something before the August school year opens. If something needs to be constructed, a summertime might be good, so that it's better at least at the start of the new year. To the extent again that we can encourage them to do something that makes it better. I'm
tracking that. These folks have been waiting for a long time, sir. So whatever we could do in the interim, at least that's my position on council. My position is that we need to exhaust every effort at this point to try and alleviate that process. We've had law enforcement out there. We've issued citations. We've done several, we've been active. I'm not saying we haven't taken this seriously, but obviously something else has got to be done. So I'll leave it at that, gentlemen. Next speaker.
Nathan Farley.
Good evening, Nathan Farley, 1004 Teeth Ave in Palm Bay. So, I represent a nonprofit group called, sorry, I've never been up here before.
That's okay.
So,
take your time, buddy. Relax.
All
You
right.
got it. No big deal.
So,
We're going to start you all over again. Go ahead, Nate.
So, I represent a nonprofit called Compassionate Youth Care. So, I recently applied through DCF because I wanted to care for underage youth. So I was recently denied by zoning because there's a restriction in a federal statute that required 2 group homes, community group homes, that can't be less than 1,000 feet. It has to be more than 1,000 feet apart. But I feel like that statute, well, first, they give local municipality the power to make that determination, basically to approve or deny it. So I was denied by zoning, but I wanted to see. I asked them if there was any way to appeal it. They said no, but I feel like that's not fair, right? I feel like they're a nursing home, and I'm a DCF provider, and we're not in competition, and I don't see why it wouldn't be acceptable to have one there. I renovated a home already. Basically, DCF did approve it, and to find that zoning denied it was kind of, I don't feel like it's right. Especially, I feel like the statute violates the Fair Housing Act. It's just my opinion. So I wanted to see if there's a way that I can have a special use case, if you could,
So can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah.
So this group home that you're referring to, is this your business?
It's a nonprofit. Yeah,
It's a non-profit business?
Yes.
And what do you provide for these youth?
Home care.
And these are at-risk youth that
Yes.
are in the system somehow?
Yes, through DCF.
Through DCF?
Correct.
They're minor children?
Correct.
What are their ages?
range between
Up to 18?
6 to up to 18. Right.
Up to 18
Correct.
years of age?
Yes. Sir.
Okay. And this is a Florida statute?
It's a Florida statute.
Okay.
I can give you the statute.
Well, I think I'm going to ask our staff at this point regarding.
Yeah, we're
yes.
obviously required to follow the law, and
Right.
maybe that's unfortunate in this case, but we're bound to
Right.
follow the
Okay.
law.
Okay. So he's saying that there's somehow an exemption for municipalities to.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? That was my question for staff. Can you just give me a second? I want to figure this out. Can staff answer?
Yeah, let's
question?
have our deputy city attorney.
Thank you.
I'm unaware,
Oh,
but he may
okay.
have a deeper
Okay.
understanding than I.
The deputy city attorney or our city. Okay. Athea, you wanted to respond to that? Is there?
I really just wanted to offer my card to the gentleman,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. I am not familiar with this specific case. There are statutory distance requirements that our land development code duplicates, mimics precisely. And so I can look into this specific case and speak with this gentleman tomorrow to determine if there are any alternatives. But
Okay.
state
All right.
distance requirements are state distance.
I got you. We're going to have that discussion, sir. If our hands are tied, our hands are tied. But I want to commend you for what you're doing for our youth, right? There are many youth that need that type of leadership. And thank you for stepping up and creating a 501c3 and getting approved by DCF. So thank you. Does that conclude your comments? Because you still had a minute.
I have a question.
Okay, come on in.
So let's say if I'm not able to get anywhere from growth management, is there what is the process? Because
Well, we're going to figure that out, buddy, because we're going to try to figure that out if there is a process, if there is an appeal process, or if it's a state mandate or a state law that we can't break, then, it is what it is. But we're going to have Athea figure that out, and then we'll recoup. Mr. Morgan can
they'll get together and you will perhaps point him in a little bit different direction, but again, we can't violate a state statute.
I get that, but
our attorney has it up.
Right. The statute, if you want me to read it, reads that homes of 6 or fewer residents which otherwise meet the definition of a community residential home shall be deemed a single-family unit and a non-commercial residential use for the purpose of local laws and ordinances. Homes of 6 or fewer residents which otherwise meet the definition of a community residential home shall be allowed in single-family or multifamily zoning without approval by the local government, provided that such homes are not located within a radius of 1,000 feet of another existing such home with 6 or fewer residents, or within a radius of 1,200 feet of another existing community residential home. So that's where in DC and the state provides to the city the location of all of these community residential homes for the city to determine whether or not this location is within that radius. So the prohibition actually comes from the state. It's not from the local government.
Copy that. Then you'll have to see your state legislature.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Next speaker.
Judy Trandle.
Good evening, Judy Trandle, 751 Pebble Beach Avenue Northeast. I'm going to read this so I can get through it. I posted a question on Nextdoor on what businesses residents would like to see come to Palm Bay. Here's a summary to my question. The people of Palm Bay would like to see less overdevelopment of high-density homes, more shopping and fine dining choices, a real downtown area for strolling and businesses, a Buc-ee's for captioning people traveling on I-95, more entertainment, including Trader Joe's as the most requested business. Lack of infrastructure and storage units were the main complaint. Trader Joe's and most other companies look at the demographics of the city. We have the population demographic, but we're lacking essential ease of access for delivery of goods to their locations. Another important part of the equation is they look at a higher median income to support their enterprises. Council needs to attract high-end jobs and homes to create an environment so these companies will take a look at us. If we don't raise our economic demographic, we will always be just a bedroom community with the highest tax millage rate in Brevard County. I'd like to make a suggestion to change the Planning and Zoning Board from being a reactive review committee after the fact of applications to a proactive board that works hand in hand with the Economic Development Department and property owners of the available retail commercial zoning. That's very precious zoning. And discuss the highest and best use. Make sure we have the infrastructure in place and then take action in inviting the above-mentioned businesses to consider Palm Bay. So basically, I got some time. I see you're thinking about dissolving the Sustainability Board. Here's another way that you can utilize the Sustainability Board. Have them circle out what's really detrimental environmentally and work with economic development, protect our environment, protect our waters, protect our wetlands. And they could be more proactive versus reactive. I think there's a real need for these boards, but they have to have more say. Oh,
Happy
sorry.
day.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I got to tell you, the very first thing is I agree with you. We have sent letters to different restaurant chains. I've sent Elon Musk several letters to come invest in the city of Palm Bay. I've sent letters to Jeff Bezos. And we are actively working on that. And our economic growth department is working on those things. That's not who's coming before us to invest, but we're encouraging those to come and invest in our city. So you're spot on. Perhaps you brought up a great point in adding more responsibility to a board or creating another board. So that's a good suggestion, ma'am. Thank you. That's all.
The biggest thing I found was these restaurants like Trader Joe's. They specifically said we put our stores in a high-end community, but they look for the cheapest building in a high-end community. But they have to have good access to disperse to deliver goods and that type of thing.
We could definitely try to encourage them, ma'am.
We have to raise our income level.
Yes, ma'am. We'll keep working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
James Saki Monaco. Monaco.
To our growth management, Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's.
I'm James Sean Monaco, 811 Chickasaw Avenue, Melbourne. We had talked to Mr. Medina, the mayor. I talked to you on the phone about the BMX track.
Yes.
I'm the face that was on the phone with you. So, we are seeing how we are doing with that. Our thought was, could we get time to sit down with you, sit down with the board, the city manager, and go over what our vision was, and what our vision is, and to see is this the numbers that we have are real numbers, not numbers that were posted, but we want to build this, but yet we're pulling numbers from another facility. It's like, no, we are showing you real numbers from clay BMX tracks that are existing here in Florida. In a couple of weeks, we'll be down at Okeechobee. Okeechobee is a state qualifier. And the following weekend is a national. And it's a world qualifier. So our state qualifier, for that event is going to be bigger than normal, just because you're going to have people from all over the world come and ride first, so they know what they need to do, get themselves set up, so when they go for that world qualification, and that's where your Olympic riders come from. So one of the things too is we were working with Bombardier. They were like, hey, our BMX team doesn't have a place to go in the winter. What if we could make Palm Bay their winter training center? And thinking about Indian Harbor Beach. What's in Indian Harbor Beach? A major training center facility for crew racing, for crew boats, crew teams. I mean, Mile High started that in like 77. We raced against FIT. The next thing you know, that's where all the crew shells from. There's teams from all over the world that have property there, that have bought homes, that are paying taxes, that are, bringing money, bringing outside money in, so it's not the daily money. It's not everybody's paycheck. It's outside money. And that's our development. Development comes from outside money. If it's a day, if a weekend. Building a cycling center facility would really benefit us. And again, we're going to need restaurants. We're going to need other things to take care of those folks that are coming to visit us and spend the weekend with us.
Is that it?
That's all.
Okay, so Council, I'm just going to brief. We had a present. Thank you, sir.
Right.
We had a presentation before you got on the dais regarding BMX, and in my conversation, this couple called me about 2 weeks ago, and they said those numbers and that schematics for that BMX park is like way off. So they had a closer honing in of something that might be able to work. And so with that, I said, okay, so I believe if we just go back and hear those numbers and maybe there's something that can be worked out. I did bring it up just for council's information. I did bring it up because I am a TDC council member. I did bring it up regarding them investing in the city, because that will bring some heads in beds in our community, right? So I did bring that up. Their funding is kind of tied up for at least 2 cycles here. But there is something on the horizon that they feel might be a fit. I don't know how council will vote at that time, but right now all that funding is identified. So what I would suggest is that this couples go back with our staff if possible and work something out. And maybe there's a different presentation. According to what they shared with me, the presentation was substantially different. So I would be willing to hear it. It's up to council. Yeah.
Yeah, this is something I've kind of had my hands in as well. If I remember correctly, we're waiting on an engineering study on that, correct? I think the direction of the last time was we're waiting on an engineering study for the BMX.
Yeah, I'm new, but I guess I have a basic question. Is this a private capital and we're being asked to be a site?
I think this is for us
for the city of Palm Bay to fund.
For the city to, yeah.
So I'm not sure what
yes,
kind of
sir.
dollars ultimately we'd be talking about, but,
Right,
but
so
obviously that's a budget thing, right? It's
Right.
a priority, and what would this compete against when obviously we have a lot of needs in our park system for that kind of thing. And so to me, that's sort of a budget capital timing thing. And it
Yes, sir.
sounds like it might be something that at the end of the day might be potentially beyond our means.
So it had to do with impact fees,
Okay.
and combined with TDC funds is what I had said. I think if TDC, Tourist Development Council, sews into this, because this will bring heads and beds, and that's how we left it. And then when this gentleman reached out, he said those numbers are substantially, higher of what the actual need would be. If am I quoting you correctly,
Yes,
sir?
yes.
Okay.
What the
Okay. So that
the
ultimately
city,
that's what it
the
is.
theory is the gentleman that did the presentation. It's like, okay, it's coming to the city. Write me a check for $2 million. That's not going to happen. We
No.
already know that's not going to
No.
happen. And it's like, okay, there's other entities out there where we can get the funding to build a facility. But to build a facility big enough to turn around and say, yes, we can do not only local events, but national events, world events. World events in any sport is where your Olympians come from. And right now, Florida is growing in the BMX world to where, we have Olympians that are actually running tracks here, as well as we have all kinds of pro riders all over the state. The last time I was running the St. Cloud BMX, the folks before were like, why would you want the pros here? I'm like, you ever go to a concert? I'm like, do you follow anybody that's in the music business, rock or country? And they're like, oh yeah. I bet if we do a pro day, just to have them come out and practice.
So we're going
hang
to keep
out,
the meeting going,
and it
sir.
brought a ton of money in.
Right.
They were
No,
like,
I get that, sir. We're going to keep the meeting going. So I guess the point is, he had a different presentation, and they're actively in this, and a different source of resources that would be able to do this as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for coming again, and perhaps do we have his name and information? So if we could just pass that on to staff, and they'll call you and see how we could do another presentation if we have to.
all right.
Okay, thank
that
you.
would, because I'm
Thank you.
thinking if we had a moment to be able to sit down,
Sir,
hear some.
thank you.
We got to keep it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christy Reed.
My name is Christy Reed, 811 Chickasaw Avenue in Melbourne. I am his other half. I will give you some substantial numbers. You're looking at a BMX track being here where funding does not come from the city. It is handled through Parks and Rec. It is handled through a third-party, nonprofit association of all volunteers. Which means, with the presentation that had been given to this council previously, they were talking about a concrete composite, which is a swimming pool, which is like the skate parks. It gets wet, you're done. They're talking about putting a pump track through that, the plans that Justin gave you all. That is a liability waiting to happen. You have gentlemen like Mr. Monaco that when he gets on a bicycle off an 8-meter hill is doing 35 miles an hour on a 20-inch bicycle. You don't want kids out there on scooters. You have, for funding of this, you have the Florida Sportsman grants. You have tourist development, which help cover it. You're looking at over a 5-year period of possibly bringing in anywhere from $8 to $12 million of revenue. One weekend as a state qualifier in this state, which Florida has the largest state qualifiers in this country and Canada. We run over 2,000 riders in this state alone, and their age range is 2 years old to 78 years old that are riding. I know some of you have friends. I believe Mr. Hammer has a friend that rides. He rides out of St. Cloud BMX. We're taking our revenue dollars and spending them in another county, in another city, because we don't have anything here. And we're looking to build that. We want to build a premier complex here. And when I'm talking premier, take a look, if you do, go on usabmx.com. Look at Rock Hill. That is a premier world track We have one track over in Tampa in Oldsmar that is also premier. It is run by the city. It is not open. It is open maybe 2 days a week. Maybe. They have a city employee out there, which they're paying. Where with what we would like to do here, the city gives us the land basically, helps us get the funding, and we take care of it.
Thank you, ma'am.
So
Thank you.
give us a call and we'll come down and meet with every one of you if you
Thank
need
you.
us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Michael Brietti.
Michael Brietti, 742 Cornelia Avenue. First, I'd like to thank Public Works for the re-engineering of that storm drain that runs beside my house, causing all that damage. And by the way, it stood up to the first rain. No flooding. The other thing I want to ask is, I want to know if this city holds itself accountable for damages from city property to personal property. That's the question I want to ask, because I've reached out to people here in the city and have gotten negative results, and I know that some city officials have been out at my home and seen the damage, and I know some of the workers have seen the damage, but no one wants to be held accountable. So I'm asking this city council to look into the matter. When I reach out to a risk assessment and they tell me, well, we're not responsible for natural causes, you're missing the point. It's city property that destroyed my personal property, eroded this whole side of my driveway, cracked my driveway. Is the city going to hold itself accountable for this stuff? That's my only question.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
thank you. Mr. Attorney, if we could look into this, I'm not sure of all the details, but yes, sir, you wanted to weigh
Yeah,
in?
just because I've I visited this property and the driveway is jacked up. It is. So I gave his contact to our city attorney Patricia Smith on Monday. I believe Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, well, don't discuss
All right, okay,
that.
yes, sir.
Oh,
But so I passed it on to Miss Smith. I don't know where it is now, but that's as far as I got.
so you passed it on Monday?
Monday
This
or
past
Tuesday.
Monday?
This past
Oh,
Monday or
this
Tuesday.
just passed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's being looked into.
Yes, as far as I know, she's not here to speak to it. So
Right. Okay. Well, that, Mr. Rodriguez, would you want to make a comment because I had you on cue?
Well, no, if you've spoken with Ms. Smith, then it'll be addressed by our risk division.
Okay.
To look into that.
Is that?
Yep. And I know he spoke to Miss Spivey of Risk. So being that Miss Smith is over Miss Spivey, he wanted to speak to the top. I don't know if that conversation happened.
Okay.
She told me she did attempt to call, couldn't get a hold of him, and it's been back and forth. So
Okay.
hopefully we can get a resolution.
All right. Ideal. So just to inform you, Patricia Smith will be reaching out to you. I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but at least a conversation will ensue. The legalities of that, I'm not sure what'll ensue, but at least you're going to get that type of attention. Sir, your 3 minutes, we can't have this dialogue, but at least we'll have that discussion. Next speaker.
Pat Dalpro.
Pat Delper, 410 Georges Avenue. Good evening. I want to wish you all Merry Christmas, and hopefully Saturday will go awesome. I do want to pray that.
What happened Saturday?
Huh?
What happened Saturday?
This Saturday,
Yeah, what's going on?
You gotta say it.
What's going on?
the extravaganza.
Oh, copy that. Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, running on the coattails of many of the people that already talked, so I don't want to go into too many details. I do want to mention that with Pineapple Cove Those schools are representing Hillsdale College,
Mhm.
so maybe they should write to the president of the college and see what they can do about that. He doesn't want to micromanage all these schools, but with the problems that they're having, maybe something will come of it.
That's a good idea, actually.
Good. I'm glad you like that one. So my prayer for this city is that we will be in alignment with what God wants us to do this year, this coming year. So briefly, I'm standing for all the citizens of Palm Bay. We want to see our roads taken care of. Widening of Babcock south of Malabar, widening of Malabar west of Minton, widening of Heritage. See if we can push those dates up so that we can get that done sooner, wherever the money's coming from. The flooding issue, and he just talked about damage to his yard. I would like to know why we as residents who have to deal and fix the problem that are caused by builders creating flooding problems or damaging property, why do we have to take care of it? Should they not be responsible? Somebody already talked about compound. In the Northeast especially, we talked about beautification in the comprehensive plan. I want to see that moving forward. I would like to see trees along the medians. I would like to see sidewalks fixed. I would like to see more, instead of cutting down all the trees, that we hide some of these buildings instead of being in full view. When I go up and drive through Port Orange, a lot of those buildings you can see they're behind shrubbery, trees, and what have you. So I would like to see us work more on that, preserving what we already have instead of cutting it all down. I would like to see more of our parks beautified. We still have parking lots that need to be paved. We have pickleball courts that need to be built. We need more activities for youth. So Parks and Rec.
Thank you, ma'am. I was giving you an extra 2-3 seconds because I interrupted you. Next speaker.
Trisha Schmalhofer.
Hello, Trisha Schmalhofer, 1104 Ver Circle Northeast, down in Fairhaven subdivision. I want to talk septic sewer. The new septic systems are going to, there was a law with Brevard. I've lived in this house since 1999, still has, and it was built in 79, still has the original septic. There's sewage all around my neighborhood except for about 60 homes. Like my neighbor behind me has sewage. So before I invest in a whole new system or go through the grants and all that are available, when I called utilities and asked, is septic sewer going to even be considered for this area? They said the only thing on the slate was to repair systems already there. So I guess, why does 60 homes surrounded by sewage why don't we have sewage? And how can we ask for that? How can that happen?
Okay.
Yeah. Because if I'm going to get a whole new septic and then, hey, look at this, sewage is available. That's just more money.
Yeah, that cost is astronomical to redo the septic tank.
A new system is $14,000 to $16,000.
Wow.
Yet I haven't applied for any of the grants yet, but they said they would do up to 18. But that's.
Have you spoken to our utilities?
I did call.
And what was their response?
I asked if sewage was going to be considered, and they said right now everything's going to repair what's our infrastructure already in place.
But there is sewage in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Or
I looked on
you
the
could tap
little
into it.
interactive map, and there's sewer and water available all around us, except there's like a patch that we don't have it. And maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe,
I don't know, but I'm
yeah.
going to point to someone so that he'll be able
Yeah.
to help you. See that young, distinguished man with the
So, young
gray hair
distinguished
there?
man?
If you wouldn't mind having a sidebar with him, ma'am.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Thanks for
thank you.
coming
Thanks for
before council, too. Next speaker?
Roberts Dice.
Okay.
Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796, Windbrook Drive, Southeast. I want to talk about Republic. And we talked about it 3 months ago. And one of the suggestions I have, I did meet with Dennis from the city. I forget his last name. And I met with Scott Moran. We walked the area. We had these huge spots in the area. His, I'll call it a cleanup company, came out to spray. And they have to continue to spray in these areas to allow these stains to start.
Those oil stains?
Yes, sir, to start depleting.
I got it.
Anyway, I come back off from vacation. I get a call from one of my residents all the way down in Woodbrook. It's a public trash truck in here. It's leaking oil. Are you kidding me? So I know Republic. I just talked to one of the reps back there. I know they're working on it, but some of my suggestions. There's got to be language in the contract with regard to performance. You don't evaluate once a year. You need to evaluate every quarter. It's what you need to evaluate because this is a serious problem that hasn't gone away. Mr. Mayor, we talked about, you gave direction that when are we going to sit down with Republic, what's going on here? You have an ongoing situation, property value. When you have these kinds of stains adjacent to a house that's up for sale right now, I'm looking at that and thinking, what the heck is going on here? So we really have a serious situation, and it cannot just be my HOA of Summerfield. So I'm asking staff, let's do a deep dive into this, please. Got to find out what's going on, and we really need to take action on that. So the other question I had, again, I would look at that contract and do a deep dive and look at where you can attach amendments to that. The other thing, I know I'm getting ahead of myself. First of all, the presentation with Councilman Johnson and his dad and the girls' choir on here was absolutely fabulous. It was touching. Everything that we do, in my mind, and the training I have, can be improved. Now, I've been coming here for almost 5 years now, and some of these meetings have lasted till 1:30 in the morning. All right? But my question is, what can be improved? What about many times when we get into presentations, we don't even start business till 7:30. Is there an area of opportunity there? So I'd ask you to look at that as well, because I really think that it's critical that we have an extra comment towards the end of the meeting, because there's some things you have chatted about that we didn't get a chance to speak to. And that could, we could take care of that towards the end of the meeting. So where can we save time? Reducing transparency is not the way to go, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan? Addressing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Before you approved me being your interim city manager for the next 4 or so months, I was attending a meeting and when I was appointed, and there was a lot of people here about Republic. And so that same week, we brought them in and are enforcing the terms of the contract because they have to perform. They know they have to perform. I think we've gotten some compliments from some neighborhoods, but obviously for this gentleman, there's needs to go out there. But I think we have their commitment to go do what's right. So we'll Public Works has got that addressed, and we'll hold them accountable under the terms of the contract. That's really not a council thing at this point. That's
Yes, sir.
We have an agreement, as the gentleman indicated. It's enforceable, and we're your enforcement arm for that agreement. And so charge us with working with the Republic to make that right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Next speaker.
Last speaker for public comment is Butch Oren.
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue here in Palm Bay. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year, all that stuff. I got about 3 items to discuss with you. First is and I know the new guys are not going to know what I'm talking about. I had talked probably 4 months ago about a pedestrian crossing light at the DeGroot Bridge, as I call it, going into the plaza, especially with the traffic that's on Minton Road since it's been repaved. It's like a freaking speedway out there. I know law enforcement does their job, but they can't be out there 24 hours a day. So I'd like to get an update on that crossing light, if possible. And I just understood you to say that we no longer have a traffic engineer. Is that correct? So who is...
We have a consultant.
Okay. Can that consultant go to Minton and Jupiter and the DeGroot light and synchronize those things? Because Minton goes green, all the traffic heads west. DeGroot's red, so where does that traffic end up? Sitting in the intersection and backed up on Minton. If they could get those synchronized, everybody could get home. Well, not everybody. But, also, I'd like to get an update on the speed zone cameras that were supposed to be functional before school started. And I don't see anywhere in the city that they're functioning.
You're talking about the red zone cameras, the ones that were just
that was-
dedicated to
yes,
the schools?
exactly.
Okay, we could definitely ask that too.
Okay. And the other thing is, if council is going to ask for a change in an ordinance, maybe you need to look into the ordinance we already have before you start requesting changes to ordinances that's in effect. Does that make sense? Yes? No? Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Morgan, I know that staff has been working on the Minton Road crosswalk here by, what is it, Roses, I guess, the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. Do we have a status update on that?
I don't myself, but
do we have a status update?
I think our Public Works Director can probably give you a status update.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So we did task our consulting engineers to look at the crosswalk based on some of the residents bringing up the issue. That was done. The study was performed. It's not warranted based on the conclusion of the report that I can share with the interim city manager. But if you notice, we did, upon recommendations from the traffic engineer, we did put up signages just before the crosswalk.
I got you.
Because they said it would be something that, although it's not warranted, it doesn't put a city in a liability spot. So a couple signs were allocated. And if you haven't noticed it, they're coming off the just a corner of the McDonald's as you head towards the library,
Yes.
just to help out the pedestrians that are crossing.
And so it's not warranted?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And what about the Minton Road, the group, that traffic?
The synchronization?
Synchronizing.
Yeah, I
those
heard the
lights.
comment. I made a couple notes.
Okay,
Our
okay.
traffic division manager, I'll
Thank
have
you,
him check
sir.
it just to make sure that they're
All right.
online.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
All right, that concludes our public comments. Okay, so we're on consent. Deputy Mayor?
I have cards for 6, 7, and 11.
6, 7, and 11. Anyone else wish to pull an item? Looking down range, seeing.
I just have a question about 4.
Well,
that's it. Pull 4.
You want to pull it?
Please.
Okay.
Just to discuss it.
So add 4 to that. So 4, 6, 7, and 11. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
So moved.
Got it. Okay. I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, we are now on public hearing number 1. Do you have anything to say,
Yes, Mayor, members of
Mr.
council.
Rodriguez?
Sorry.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Okay. Ordinance 202459, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 55, Police and Firefighters Retirement Pension Plan by modifying provisions related to retirement dates and benefits for firefighter members. This is continued from November 21st, 2024.
Thank you. That's public hearing number 1 that you just read the caption for?
Yes.
Mr. Attorney? Okay, did you want to speak on that as well, Mr. Morgan?
No, this is second reading. It really is a relatively low cost item. It had been agreed to in the collective bargaining back in the summer, and so this is an implementing ordinance to that, but it's a relatively low dollar item, and I would recommend that after you conduct the public hearing and subject to any testimony you might receive, that it would be our recommendation that you approve it.
Are there any questions, council, of staff?
Yeah, for the
Councilman.
city attorney. Thank you, Mayor.
City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Rodriguez.
What would be the ramifications if this were not passed?
I would have to defer on that matter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, but I stayed at the Holiday Inn Express, and so this does follow from your collective bargaining agreement that is already approved, and so you are required to adopt by ordinance anything in your collective bargaining agreement that you have agreed to that affects the pension. And my reading of this item, and I have some expertise in this area, I would recommend that you approve the item subject to any testimony you might receive. But it's implementing something you've already agreed to.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so does that conclude your questions? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Step forward. This is public hearing number 1.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. This is another case of where we're passing something, say, okay, well, we talked about it, we made it a legal binding mechanism, but now we have to go through the legal process of voting and agreeing to it. So that's what we do. The same thing when we change zoning of land. Say, well, we're now changing it, we agree with it, now we have to vote on it. What ends up happening, this is when the public gets to hear what you're talking about, and we say, well, we already agreed to it, so we now legally have to say yes. But this is when the public was supposedly being involved in it. I know this is the second reading or final reading, and I attend them all, unfortunately. But this is when the public should have had the ability to address and say, well, why are you even considering not approving what was agreed to in your agreement for the firefighters of the police department? So this is just one more case of where it appears, well, we already made the decision behind the closed doors. Now we're going to come and vote on it and make it legal. That's just the appearance of what happens, and that's how the public sees it. So you might want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
If I can just jump in there,
yes,
the
sir.
collective bargaining agreement was approved by the council in open session at such
Yes.
time the public had opportunity to comment. So this is truly an implementing action, and that opportunity was there this past summer.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. That is correct. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm asking. Ma'am, if you're going to address us, come. If you're going to address us, come before council.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, council members. My Forlet Trail from 805 Dockside Drive. My concern is I would love to be able to speak on this matter, but I'm not informed, so I can't make an informed decision on something that I'm not knowledgeable about. But I would love to have the opportunity. I mean, I don't know if it can be tabled so I can research it and have an informed opinion.
So, ma'am, this has been posted on our website. You could have had the opportunity to look it over at that point. This is our second reading. We encourage the dialogue, but for us to table it at this juncture, that wouldn't be something that we're willing to do, since we tabled it already once before, so that everyone on council can get up to speed.
Okay, understood.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. But I appreciate you coming before us. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass.
I'll second it. Councilman Langevin, you made the motion. Any comments?
Yeah, so I was the one that asked to table this item initially. So, but that was just because we were sworn in one night, and then we were presented with a final reading, and I really wanted to sit down and go through it just to make sure I was good with some of it. And not that I'm necessarily good with 100% of it, but as a city manager and city attorney said, we are kind of in the implementation phase, and so I'm going to go ahead and vote to approve it tonight.
Thank you. Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Johnson voting nay. Item number 2. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Mr. Morgan to present the request.
Yes, this is the consideration of the city's Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as CAPER, for our Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for fiscal year 23-24. This was an agenda revision. It was properly noticed. We have Clinton Hatcher, our Community and Economic Development Director, that can provide you details, but basically required by the funding source to conduct this hearing, and it's our opportunity to hear from citizens about our performance in that past year. But for any questions, we would ask our CED director to inform you. But it is a public hearing. We want to hear from the public if they have any comments on this item.
Okay. All right. Any questions of staff, council? No questions? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Councilman Johnson?
This was voted on by the board last night, and the board also, it was good to know that the board also listened in to our meeting on Tuesday. So I believe the board understands the a hand up versus a handout concept that council let everybody know in the audience and up here on the dais. So I'm encouraged by the board. We have Randall Shevsky, who's new on the board, and we got a powerhouse team up there. So I'm excited.
That's good. Randall serving on that board. Yes, sir. Deputy Mayor?
No comment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now back to consent. We'll start with item number 4.
Yes, this is a
yes
culvert replacement, and I would have our Public Works Director, Valentino Perez, to provide you with any information you might want.
Okay. This one was pulled by Councilman Hammer, Mr. Morgan. So I know he specifically had one question. So perhaps we'll ask that question. Valentino, step up, sir. Thank you. Or Mr. Perez.
Yes, Mayor, City Council. If you remember, this is one of 2 collapses that we had during the storm events. We installed 2 60-inch runs in-house with the help of staff, and with the condition with the Melbourne-Tilburn District to come back with the permanent installation of the concrete culvert, and this is what that item is.
Sir? Councilman Ham?
My question is this something staff can't do?
A concrete culvert?
Yeah. RCP, right.
Yeah. We don't have the capacity. Thinking back at the last one that we did over by Walden, not Weldon. Yeah. If you can imagine 9x6 concrete culverts coming on trucks, flying on cranes, the expertise, I don't have that in house with the and even with the warranty work that comes along with the trying to take a task like that. But it is a quick question because I've asked the city attorney's office to see what are the limits on value of work that we can perform in house. That's why we're getting to the pipes that we can install as big as 60-inch. We just did the one by Belvedere. So I'm trying to get to those that are under like a $250,000 value. But I've elevated that question to see how far we can go. But to answer your question, we don't have the capacity to fly those concrete culverts in place.
Well, I will say this. I actually started off as the people that put in those pipes. And I mean, we even built the bridge that's out on Harper, I believe. And that's a major undertaking, and it's something we did in house. I understand if we do not have the ability to do that anymore, but I would like to indulge our city manager and our staff to get us back there, because it's not something that we haven't done before.
Understood.
We have done. I mean, Walden would have been a 6-hour job that we could have done, just with that. And then, I mean, we even had a paver box. We could pave that until we got back to it. Now, whether those things are still there or not, I really think we have an extremely talented staff, especially the guys in the back. And I believe that's something that we need to start pushing ourselves back for, because $460,000 plus for a job that we can do in-house and we should be doing in-house, I think should be ascertained. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. But at the same time, I want to ask, is that like special equipment that would need to be purchased? Or because he's talking about maybe we could take in some of these things ourselves. Is there special equipment that it would require?
Well, there's nothing like a visual. What I will do is share with the interim city manager our pictures of the concrete box that went in with our contractor, so you can see the magnitude of the deliveries on these 9x6 structures.
Okay.
And to Mr. Councilman Hammer's point, I'm not privy to the past experience of staff here, but I do have a staff that we do have, like Councilman Hammer said, experts, but we have a lot of new staff that are getting trained. And I want to make sure that these structures are installed and hold, and
Understood.
that they're that we meet the warranties. I just want to make sure that they don't fail. But point well taken.
Yeah, the point is actually excellently taken, because if there's a vision to get to that could be a goal. Yeah. So that's those comments are very well accepted by
Absolutely.
At least.
Yeah, mine wasn't a yes or no. It was just it was just a question and a point. I think we have extremely valuable people back there. We have a valuable staff that I know has the ability to do it.
That's cool.
Well, let's just make some effort to give our guys the chance to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments to Councilman Hammer. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 6.
Yes, Mayor, Member City Council. This is a contract that we have to come to the council with, but Gabriel Bowen, our utilities director, could answer any questions.
Well,
this is pretty.
Well, who pulled this item?
Bill Batten.
Okay. Mr. Batten, please step forward.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. We're looking at $1.5 million annually. I understand what the project is. Without these water meters, we won't be able to generate any revenue. We have to know how much water is being used. What I have the conflict with this is, coming out of the utilities department, we're requesting $1.5 million to buy meters, yet we're going to write off for septic to sewer for the people that have water available, we're going to write that funding source off that would have been revenue coming into the utilities department of $4 million that we're writing off. We're not going to charge those individuals. They'll get it free. Yet the utilities department just lost, will lose that money. So it's just a conflict of funding sources where you're giving something away to individuals because they didn't hook up when they had it available. We lost that impact fee coming to the city. Now we're looking at where we happen to face $1.5 million annually that somebody's going to have to pay for, and it'll be the same utility users that have to pay for that. So I'm not in favor of when you give away my tax dollars and you don't regenerate it back into revenue coming back into the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, now.
Yeah, Gabriel Bowen can talk this, but my understanding, this is just simply replacements that need to be done out in the field. So this is existing homeowners, other property owners, and the meter is old and worn out, and this is just good maintenance. And once a city selects your meter provider, you don't change that. There's a integrated meter reading system, and but for the dollar amount of the authority and the sole source, this would be an administrative matter. So that's why it's to the council, but it's to replace, and that helps the homeowner because a new meter will read more accurately. It also can help the city with more accurate readings depending on if the old meter is starting too slow as it ages. So this is just normal activity of a water division, and Gabriel Bowen's here to answer anything else, but that really hasn't anything to do with capital improvements or this is pretty straightforward.
Thank you, sir. I need a motion.
I have a question.
Okay.
For the utility director, it looks like on average 2,800 meters are ordered, 2,000 registers are purchased annually. What does it mean when it says an average of 18 registers are purchased annually via the warranty program? And then second question is, these are all purchased for inventory for future years. Like, so how are these stored, controlled, theft, loss, damage, and time value money being purchased now instead of in an account accruing interest?
I didn't write all your questions down, so if I missed something, please help. So the 1,800 that are purchased on warranty, depending on how old the meter is when it dies. If it's 10 years old, we get about 50%. If it's 18 years old, we don't get anything. So depending on where it's at in its life. So that's that. And then stored in a warehouse.
Yeah, I mean,
protected.
Is it the minimum order that's required, and where are all these stored and protected?
Yeah, we have a warehouse at our North Regional Water and Wastewater Treatment Facility, and they're stored indoors under lock and key.
Is there a benefit of LIFO, FIFO buying them now and using them later, or buying them from the supplier as we necessarily need them?
A great question. And before the pandemic, you'd want to have a high inventory turn. But since the pandemic and brass is hard to get, you want to have a good supply so that you don't run out. You don't run out. You've got something with a busted meter. Now you're straight piping them and you're not able to accurately read their meter. So we like to have a decent inventory to carry us for quite a while.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You good? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And hold on, I have another question here.
Now, those meters are actually controlled by the inventory control coordinator as well, right?
That's true, yes.
So you have somebody that has accountability for all these. It's not just a lock and key. It's
that we know where every single meter
you have
is.
a coordinator that's over these that is responsible for the, not only the maintenance but the
issuing them out.
Yep.
And all of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, does that conclude the questions? Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Item number 7. Who pulled the item?
Bill Batten.
Mr. Mayor, if I could read the title, it says resolution. So I'll read the
Yes,
title
sir.
of the
Carry
resolution.
on.
This is Resolution 2024-46, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, electing to not exempt certain property under Section 196.19783O Florida statutes, providing for an effective date.
Thank you.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First off, I'd like to say I also am in favor of non-exempting of the property because I don't like somebody getting something for free when you're asking me to increase my taxes. I look at that at one more time as preferential treatment. Right? Next item on this one was with the Live Local for Senate Bill 102, because it includes commercial, industrial, and PUDs. For any developer that comes in is willing to promote 40% of their establishment, they would be tax exempt. And it was fast tracking those identities. My fear is because of this bill that we would have developments like the one coming in on Garvey, where they took all that commercial land and wanted to make it into an residential. And because they said, oh, luckily you said no to the changing of the land use, which was a good thing. But that they're trying to bring it back now with we're going to give 15 acres out of the 400 for commercial. Well, I'm afraid that this Live Local Act, that they might get away with that. The other thing where I see problems with this one is the conflict with House Bill 1365 that we just talked about, because now you have Live Local where you're promoting the growth for low income, or moderate income, and now you have the potential lawsuit coming back in because you denied it for somebody, and now you're seeing an economic development, economic impact that could potentially be conflict for a lawsuit. We have the two state mandates. They're fighting each other, and we're stuck in the middle. But putting it back together, I'm in favor of your vote to non-exempt them, even if it does put us in bad light when we're asking for more grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, Mr. Morgan?
No, sir.
Okay, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, so I'm glad that we have this resolution on the agenda. I'm excited to vote for it tonight. The Live Local Act, and I think we've already talked about it in depth here, and pretty much everybody in local government, it seems like, and even a lot of the state legislators who voted for it, just know that this was really a bad bill. And it's really, I support our governor and our legislator up in Tallahassee, but this was really doing everything they could to put makeup on a pig of a socialist housing scheme in our state. And on top of that, to go and for them to be able to just take away our commercial and industrial zoning in a bedroom community like this is terrible. We have very little recourse other than what we agreed to, legislatively through our lobbyists and through our resolutions. But this is one small win that we can get as a local municipality, so I think we should take it.
Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 11 under consent.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have two questions with this. First, will the storage units and shelving be used in another time in another location, because it's only $58,000, but those units could be used someplace else if we still have them available. So are we going to revamp them after we get the roof repaired? That's the first question. Second question, was there any major, and you might not be able to answer this for legality reasons, was there any major case where the evidence got damaged that's going to hinder some things that we were trying to accomplish within the legal side of these cases? Are we going to get another black eye within the city of Palm Bay on how we conduct business because of a leaky roof? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, our police chief can answer those. Well, he can certainly answer the first question. The second question, he
Yes.
probably won't be.
Yeah.
able to.
Yes. Correct. Thank you.
Good evening. So reference the first question, if Mr. Batten's referring to, didn't understand it, the Connex boxes themselves to be reused or rental. So we wouldn't be reusing those, but the shelving, that's part of the consent item, and the boxes, yes, absolutely. The boxes will maintain the usage because the evidence is going to remain in there. And the shelving as well will be used throughout our current existing, once every roof is repaired, within headquarters in our warehouse, and also with some Connex boxes and storage areas that we have within our training center. With regards to the second question, it's unknown. We have been in discussion with the state attorney's office, so we're not highly concerned with regards to that. The biggest concern is going to be if this isn't approved is reaccreditation come July with the state for the department. So which is a huge matter for all transparency and to be state recognized 15 years in a row. So
Yes, sir. That would be at risk. So thank you for sharing that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Chief, thank you. The roof was replaced recently at the police station. Is this a part of the roof that was replaced, or
yeah, the roof was replaced?
Was damage after the roof was replaced?
Before and after, but yes, after, more so after. I know they started working on it today, as a matter of fact, with some repairs. A contractor came in, seen where some issues were made with the actual roofing company. So they're repairing those issues, which the main part of it was our warehouse where the evidence is stored. But I don't know if that's going to completely fix the problem.
What's the accountability to the contractor as far as their general liability and back charging them for the cost of this?
I couldn't answer that question. I apologize.
Maybe Mr. Barber could.
They're cooperating.
Yeah, if we could get Mr. Barber, but right along that same vein, Deputy Mayor, we have an aging infrastructure, and so that's something that we, as council members, need to start looking in the horizon, because they're doing a lot with less. So, yeah, the repair aspects of it, and I'm sure the
I personally went through this recently in my personal office building. The roof was repaired, the building got flooded, the contractor paid for all the damage underneath.
I think we can get an answer
where
we
Mr.
are
Barber?
with respect to the roofing company.
Yeah. Good evening. So we had a meeting with the contractor. We issued a cure notice so that they can, excuse me, so that they can fix the problem. So they met with Parks and Facilities. They issued a remedy plan, and we issued a change order so that we can change that and make those repairs. So I think Parks and Facilities can speak to it as far as what was in that plan, but we did have a meeting so they can rectify it.
Does that answer your question, sir?
I think he was going to touch on
Steve.
Yeah, we have a 100% performance bond. We've already gone back on the contractor's insurance for an incident that occurred during the roof replacement, which was a leak in the storage area. Whether we go back or not with this, I'm not sure. We are holding $103,000 on this job also.
You say that again, sir?
We're also holding $103,000 on this job,
Okay.
plus retainage, until the work is complete. That determination will be made later. We're hoping the repair will get, they're in process, as Chief was alluding to. We're hoping the repair and the water test that will have to happen afterwards will be executed before the connexes are delivered, but the timing may not line up. Did you have any other questions? I apologize.
No, you did well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're very
Thanks for
welcome.
coming up. Any other questions of the chief, gentlemen?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. So we're now on unfinished old business. Deputy Mayor.
Appointment of 2 members to the Infrastructure Advisory and Oversight Board.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to appoint my own as well, but after this motion, I'll take it. I'm going to reappoint Logan Luce to represent my seat on the Infrastructure Advisory and Oversight Board as well.
And Mayor, I'm going to reappoint Anna Marie Fraser to represent my seat on the Infrastructure Advisory Board as
Good.
well.
So we got them all in there.
Well, I think the two applications that we have are for the at-large.
Yes, sir. They're the at large, but we figured we're going to take advantage and
Hey, Mayor,
use this.
I also had a appointment for this board. I'm
ahead,
here
sir.
to appoint Les Roach
Okay.
to the Infrastructure Advisory
So
Board.
we got all the names in, gentlemen.
I have a reappointment of Tom Gom to represent.
Okay, so we got all our
Advisory and
reappointments
Oversight
in,
Board.
and now we got two at large. I need a motion for the two at large.
I'll make a motion to approve Jimmy Backus and Chad Story for the two at-large positions for the Infrastructure Advisory Oversight Board.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson,
Second.
by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. So we've got our Infrastructure Advisory Board intact. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We're now on new business item number 4. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, this is discussion and direction on the city's commercial property enhancement program. At your last council meeting, there were a couple of proposals under the current program that the council determined not to proceed on, and staff really needs policy direction from the council as to, we have some in the queue, but we need clear policy direction from the council as to whether or not you would like to continue with this program. So we're asking for a clear statement of policy.
So my question is, we have 8, when you said you have 8 in the queue, those 8 have already been vetted and they've provided their information, meaning their application and estimates and all of that? Or the 8 in the queue haven't gone through any process yet?
I
Yes,
can't answer that directly.
Okay, I answer.
Good evening. So the 8 in the queue are, yes, those companies have done their applications. They have submitted the 3 proposals from the contractors that are looking to do the work. So yes, they have gone, and then our staff has gone through and done the due diligence of reviewing their applications and looking at the proposals that were submitted by the companies that are looking to get the work done. So yes.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So, Council, and this is something that, you know, there were 2 applicants, if I remember correctly, last meeting, and we denied it after they went through the process. This is something that we, as council, and I understand you guys weren't part of this, right? But what we did to that other company was we sent them back, and then they came back and regrouped and came again. So, gentlemen, I understand if you don't want to continue this program, I get that. But the issue is we have the program and we have people that already applied, and now we've got 8. So the option is do away with it, even though we've done our due diligence and we offered this program to the people, or we just cancel it and tell them, no, we had a change of heart. Either way, I'll be good with it. I just feel that it's our word. We put our word on this program, and then all of a sudden now we had a change of heart. What I would suggest is we continue with these individuals, and then just any future, there wouldn't be any future, we give staff direction. But I understand that I didn't get the votes the last time with this enhancement program, and I understand we have difference of opinion with this. My concern is we gave individuals our word, and that's where I would stand on that. But again, you guys can discuss this and see where you fall. I'll start with you, Deputy Mayor.
Wait, public comments.
No, there's no public comment.
There's not?
I'll start
Oh,
with you,
all right.
Deputy Mayor.
I shared the sentiment with you, Mayor. I voted for it just because the program was in place. The applicant made the application. Staff did their due diligence. I'm okay whether the program continues to move forward or not. I feel, if the 8 in the queue should be considered, again, for the same reasoning that the program was in place. They put the application in. They have maybe made a business decision to lease a particular building because of this enhancement program. And would like to see the 8 applicants have the full opportunity for us to decide in the meeting whether to grant that or not.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I look at it differently. In my eyes, we essentially have created 2 grant funding programs out of general fund dollars, this being one, and then the special events being another. I personally feel the 50,000 could be better used with community economic development, whether that's sending them to Silicon Valley or something of the other sort. But with just paying for other people's signage, I don't think that's going to be the best return on investment. Business coach, business coaching, or something of that sense, like we talked about, We Venture, that I feel will be of more use, because we have a lot of people who have great services, but probably not the best on business management. So I feel that can help, especially if they learn how to market themselves. That can help tremendously with their revenues. So then they can put up the signage themselves. So I won't be supporting continuing on with this. I initially did, but just watching it over time, I lost the taste for it. So, and I know, council gave their word, but it's a new council, and we have a right to change our minds when we get different information. So that's all, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Hammer.
Me, myself, I'm not going to support this either, but I do support the fact that we did have a policy on file, and these people did apply for it with the notion of this is something that we supply to the public. Me, myself, if I need the front of my house painted, I don't think the city's going to help me with it. If I need my driveway done, I don't think the city's going to come and help me with it. There's a lot of businesses out there, if they want to make more money, they beautify their own place. We're not paying them the money for it. 3 or 4 new businesses came on Palm Bay Road, and they paid for all their own stuff. I would like to field an option on this where we provide this to a new business that is coming in. As a perk to coming in here, I see that. I understand something like that. But with this, how it is, and we're one of the highest paid or the highest taxed citizens here in the county. I think we should be putting our money back into the things we're taxing people for. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, so we need to look at this exactly how it is. We need to look at this from a free market capitalist perspective. All right. And so what we're doing is we're literally taking private businesses and we're picking and choosing who's going to get a handout from the taxpayers, which is kind of like a bailout or a stimulus. And we have multiple business owners on this council. I think we have business owners in the audience. If you work really hard and you provide a great service and you spend the money to beautify your own place and make it look in a way that you think would attract the most clients to do business, and one of your competitors down the road isn't providing the best service or just isn't up to par with you, that's not your fault. But what we're doing now is we're saying, well, these other people, either through, it could be various reasons, but we're going to go ahead and give them money out of the taxpayer dollars. And ironically, money that their competitor that did everything right put into the system, we're going to give this to this other business and give them a step up and now make them more competitive. That's not free market economics. That's not how that works. So, I mean, this is just, to me, it's a terrible system. And it definitely goes against the free market economics principle. And because of that, I mean, I do understand where you're coming from, that the council gave the word, but elections have consequences, and I wasn't on that council. So I am going to be in favor of getting rid of the program and getting rid of all 8 of those applications and sending them an apology letter.
Okay. So I guess the direction is clear. The program is now eliminated. Did you need a motion?
I guess I would request
to
a motion and a vote. Yes, please.
So I'll need a motion.
I'll make the motion to, do we do 2 motions? One for the 8 applicants and one for the program, or are we just doing one motion?
You just the program.
All right, I'll just make a motion to dissolve the program.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Johnson. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Passes 4-1. Did you vote aye or nay? Okay. Passes 4-1. We're now on item number 5.
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council, when you asked, and I gladly accepted the opportunity to be your interim city manager, we both understood that was for a limited time, and so job one is for us to get going on a recruitment of your next city manager, and I'm very happy to assist the council in that. I lay out a summary of what I think might most likely be beneficial to us. There are some bullet points in there that we'd like to seek. Obviously, candidates won't have all those attributes that we would seek, but I think this would be good if there's anything that I missed or things that you'd like to change. But it's my recommendation that you have a motion that would get us started on that recruitment. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions from what you see?
No questions, Mayor. I'm just kudos, honestly. That's the main thing. How thorough it is, from dates to everything. I see we'll have our special council meeting Saturday. I think that's necessary, being that this is such an investment. This is bigger than anything, honestly. So I think we should make sure we take the time to do our due diligence with each applicant or semifinalist, I guess. So.
Okay. Any other discussion, gentlemen?
I'm thoroughly impressed in the job Mr. Morgan's done with his layout of a schedule, a direction, a goal, and actually
Thank you.
having some.
Thank you. So no questions. Speaker card. Is that
Speaker card, yeah, Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First, I was very good plan. I like seeing that. I'm always like seeing a plan of action, and that's exactly what this was. Here's what we're looking for. Here's our guidelines. Here's our dates. But I did have one question with that one, and that was the council, this new sitting council. Was there anything in there that you thought should have been in there for this plan of action for the city manager? Because I wasn't sure if you were getting one-on-one with the city manager to see if you're giving him your input of what you were looking for and what you wanted with the new the person he's trying to hire. Because when last I talked with you, I thought I was going to hear what you were looking for in the city manager. Now I know what city manager is looking for and for his replacement, but I didn't know if there was anything that you didn't see that he was asking for what we're looking for the manager. If there was just anything different from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment. I'll hold that for our discussion, gentlemen.
Robert Stice. Jane Higgins.
Oh, so it's not for.
We're on 5?
Yes, sir. We're on 5.
Okay.
So that's for number 9?
She meant a different item, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's number 9.
David Mullen. Someone voted.
Good evening, David Muallim, 1663 Georgia Street, Northeast. This city is 64 years old. I've been over here over 40 years. I have seen the history here. None of the people that were over here now are here. Most of the people are so new. They don't remember so much stuff. And city of Palm Bay is not your typical city in America. It's a general development creation. You need a city manager that understands how the general development type of communities need to be managed. You don't need to reinvent the wheel, interviewing a bunch of people. I'm going to give you a couple of good resources as a major shareholder in the city, how the city is managed. As Councilman Kenny Johnson mentioned it, we talk about a lot of stuff, but this is a very important matter. They're probably the most important, because politicians and the city council and the mayor, with due all respect, you set the guidelines, but day to day and how to manage and how they can think outside the box in a city like Palm Bay that we have very short resources of funds. You need somebody really capable. Lee Feldman was a magic man. He was really good for setting up things, getting things done. He was the best city manager I've seen, and I've seen him since Richard Diamonds back in the 80s. Lee Feldman, contact him. He probably can find you a good city manager. He has a company, he's working for a company. I got the number. The second one, Greg Links, is here. He's very capable. I was not sure about him, but he's very hard worker. He knows the lay of the land, and he's right available. Whatever, if the city manager does good, it does me a lot of good. It does all of us a lot of good. I appreciate your consideration. If you need, I can put you up with Lee Feldman for consultation. You probably have to pay him. Otherwise, Greg Links is very good. You can interview a bunch of people, but they might sell themselves to you, and then you have another problem on your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker? No. Okay. So, gentlemen, I guess at this point, we could start discussing the vision. I think, and I'll kick this off, sir. I think you did an outstanding job in putting all these things together. What I wanted to talk a little bit about is that visionary, right? The ideal candidate would be a strong leader while still being approachable, fair, and consistent. And part of that, in my eyes, is a builder of a molder of his team and collaboration. I believe that I loved how you said the ideal candidate will be self-confident, but not egocentric or cocky. I'm really excited that when I read that, because that's a different balance, correct? And I kind of enjoyed that. I kind of like the ideal candidate to be someone that is fair and approachable and build a team builder, someone that could impart into their team, someone that can literally cultivate that leadership and build that succession plan that we so need in this city. So I'll yield to the rest of my time to council, but that's what I see in an outstanding leader as well.
Can we make
Council?
a motion to continue the discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just for sake of discussion, motion to approve the plan for recruiting the next Palm Bay city manager.
And I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Carry on, Councilman.
Mayor, you hit it all. You hit it right out the park already. Only other person who hit it out the park like that's George Barber. But anyway, so
only because he was
Did
a
he leave?
professional
He
baseball
left.
player.
Oh, he already left.
He
Man.
left? Oh,
I'll
we
try that.
missed this.
I'll try that joke next year.
Yeah.
All right. But anyway, so
follow up with that. He was a professional baseball player.
He was a professional baseball player, for anybody who didn't know. But to Mr. Batten's point, I think he'll get council's feedback that Saturday when we interview everybody, because that's when each person that we're interviewing is at least an hour. So each candidate. So I think that's when we'll really get into the weeds. But other than that, this is just approving the plan so we give the interim city manager the green light to get us moving forward. So I'm good, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would say we did have a meeting, and each one of us actually got a chance to say how we felt and who we wanted to see moving forward. I do remember I specifically said a list of, I would say, traits that I wanted to see in my next city manager. And it was discussed. It was something I said. If you want to look back at our council meeting, I believe every one of us said we were looking for certain things in our next city manager. I will say I think this is something that's going to be extremely, extremely important for the next 50 years of our city. This is the stepping stone to a pathway forward. I'm tired of Palm Bay treading water, doing what we can to survive, and I think we have the potential to advance more than any city around us. And I've always thought of our city and our staff like a baseball team. I want somebody that can hit home runs. I don't want the nicest person. I don't want the person that dresses the best. I want somebody that can get up there and perform. And I think Mr. Morgan's given us a pretty good outline of the people that he's looking for that reflect how I feel. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, I don't have any baseball analogies, but but yeah, just
So since you bring up baseball, did you ever play?
I did. Yeah, I didn't play basketball actually. That's what I normally get asked about. No, but just to answer Mr. Batten, real quickly, and to echo that, obviously we had the workshop where we publicly said what we wanted, but I've had those conversations. At least I can speak for myself with the city manager. So, and I think he's doing a great job, and I'm excited to go through this process in the next few months.
Yeah, I mean, I was on board with hiring Mr. Morgan, mostly due to his experience on finding his replacement in West Melbourne, and we had individual briefings, and very confident in his plan. That and to Mr. Miles' point, Mr. Miles, the community major stakeholder, and he's absolutely right. We have a very, very unique community, very, very unique community, and we're not the only GDC community in the state of Florida. And I know we're doing a national search, but hopefully there's a candidate local that has come from a GDC community.
Okay. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 6, new business. Yes.
I neglected to say this, but in addition to my one-on-ones with council members, I did want to let you know that I'd asked our department heads to contribute, and so I did want to acknowledge that's been folded into here too, and I think that's very important that you want somebody that's a team builder, but the things that they're looking for is also incorporated in here, which I think is really good.
Thank you. We're now on item number 6. And I'll have Mrs. Jones present this item.
There it is. Thank you, Mayor. The Florida League of Cities Federal Action Strike Team, also known as the Fast Fly-In, will be held in Washington, D.C. from February 4th and 5th. The league does recommend that only one elected official attend. And if anybody's interested, just let me know.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Deputy Mayor Jaffe for this venture. I think he'd be a great spokesman for our city. Gentlemen?
I second.
We good? we all good on that one?
DC is crazy, man.
I love DC.
Well, you're gonna see it in a different light.
No, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fun. We don't need a motion, but you've been nominated to take that trip.
Voluntold.
Yeah, thank you for taking that battle on.
Call my wife for me, please.
Yes, I will. I will absolutely do that. Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Jaffe will be attending. Before we go on to item number 7, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank
you. You saw it in the light with the kids.
move it back to the end.
Yeah.
What the mayor does is not broadcast. Phone has done that now also.
Oh, it's not a good idea.
Volusia used to do it. Volusia had it that way before we
Okay, testing 1 2. We're now on item number 7. Can you hear me? Something went wrong. Okay, we're now on item number 7. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, I can either give a presentation first or take. I'm sure there's probably some speaker cards on this, but what's your preference, Mayor?
Well, you present the item and then
okay,
we'll
that's
go to
great.
speaker
So,
cards.
so just as an observation, and I know that Palm Bay is certainly entitled to always do it differently than the other people, but having worked for 4 cities with various councils and a county board of supervisors, sort of the equivalent of county commissions, sort of observed some things over my years, and this is not normally something I would make a recommendation on, but I'm here for a pretty short period of time, and so I thought I would provide you with my advice for the opportunity to maybe consider shortening our council meetings. And it's sort of, it's getting late, and I don't know about you, but I'm wearing low because I'm old and I'm slow anyway. And it just gets worse as the hours get longer. But the goals would be to really try to strengthen the confidence in their elected officials' decision making, because we're a little fresher when you're making those decisions, and hopefully to try to reduce the length of our meetings when you do make these important decisions on behalf of the citizens you serve. You are their elected representatives, and they need to provide you with their input, and because that's a basic part of local government democracy. But you are their elected representatives and have to make those decisions on behalf of the whole community. So I kind of looked at that issue with respect to your adopted city council meeting rules of order. And so it's kind of 3 things that address those 2 goals. The first one would be that at that same meeting, the council would not be able to act on an item that didn't appear as part of what you were going to act upon if it wasn't there 48 hours in advance. Now, obviously, under council reports, the council could direct staff to proceed to bring a matter at a future meeting as soon as the very next meeting, but it would provide the opportunity for citizens to review an item and not be surprised at something that might come up within the last 48 hours. The second part is the citizen card system. It's a bit unusual to have citizens direct ability to pull items off the consent agenda. Certainly citizens under the public comment beginning, they could ask the council members, I'd be interested in pulling whatever the items they're interested in. But then the council would get to make that decision right away if you were satisfied with the staff report and whatever that citizen said during the beginning public comment period, or you wanted to honor their request and pull those items plus any items on your own. And then the last is the 2 public comment periods. One at the beginning of the meeting, which I would recommend that's better. So again, the public is fresher at the beginning of the meeting, and that makes it a priority that you hear from the citizens you serve at the beginning. But then to eliminate the second chats at the end, obviously that is up to the council, and we've already heard from some citizens that don't support that. It's certainly your call. But this is my effort at trying to advise on the basis of my experience. But this is something that you need to have to decide if you think this is a betterment and has a chance of making our meetings just a little more efficient.
Deputy Mayor, speaker cards.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First one we talked about was the public comments, 2 sections. The reason why I appreciate the ability to address my government, you'll say things during the meeting that aren't on the agenda or I haven't had a chance to review. So when you say something, it gives me an opportunity to come back and readdress my government, which is a great thing. We're the only country in the world that has that freedom. And I'd hate to see that freedom disappear because of a time clock. That's number one. Number 2 was consent agenda items. When we're going through the meeting and I have something I'd like, and as I review the packets, as you're well aware, I read all of it. So it's not like something I'm not aware of. But when I go through and I see questions on the agenda, I want, under the consent agenda, I bring them up more so that the public gets to hear what you're thinking on some of these ideals instead of an automatic pass. If you just added up the totals tonight in consent agendas, we are over $1 million worth, and it would have been passed automatically with no talk about it at all. So this gives the public something that's watching the chance to hear what you're doing and see it, right? But on the other side of that, I would have to get up here, if we follow the new policy that's been proposed, I would have to get up under public comments and say, I would like to pull consent agendas 1, 5, 7, and 9 under public comments. Then you would decide if you wanted to pull them and talk on it or not. And I might not, that'd be up to you again. Well, we're already doing that when we pull any consent agendas. We ask the council, is there any consent agendas to be pulled? You ask if there's any from the public, then you ask if there was any for the council, and you vote yay or nay at that time. So you voted on it. You could have at that time said, no, I don't want to talk to Mr. Batten about that for any reason. So you could, that's your option, I guess. Last thing, if we're trying to make the meetings go quicker, this is just a proposal. We limit the council to 3 minutes per item also, because that would make each agenda item 15 minutes long. That's what it would be. But you would also be limited under the same criteria that you give me, but you would have a total of 15 minutes per item on the docket. So if it works for Congress and Senate, maybe it would work for Palm Bay, but that would definitely make the meeting go a little bit quicker. So these are just proposals. I'm telling you how I see it with the ability to address my government. So whatever you come up with, I promise you, Bill Batten will find mechanisms of ways to work within those guidelines. He knows how to follow orders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796 Wilmer Drive, Southeast. I tip my hat to Bill. He does such a deep dive in all of these things. And I can't speak of it as articulate as he is, but don't restrict our input. I really like what I'm hearing from the new members here. They want to listen to the folks. Don't minimize our dialogue. Don't minimize what we're trying to do. Okay, it's extremely important to us. You don't have many people showing up in these late hours anyway. I mentioned maybe we can tone down the presentations that we have that sometimes go to 7:30 before we even start getting rock and rolling. Can we minimize that or take 10 minutes out of the presentations? Every little bit help. What can you do to help make this more efficient? Okay, because I'm getting old too, but I bring coffee with me to get up. This is important. What we're doing is important. We have a lot of homework to do. What's happened to Palm Bay, at least in the almost 8 years that I've been here? How do we go forward? And what's your legacy going to be? I mean, you guys seem to have grand vision on this, and you want to make it right. Don't minimize the opportunity of being approachable. Okay? Thank you.
Butcher End.
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue. As usual, Bill Batten stole all my points, except 2 or 3. Someone mentioned presentations. I think it was a gentleman's just up. Maybe you could go to once a month to do that instead of every meeting. Just put it at one meeting and time yourself on that. We're going to limit our amount of time to do the presentation. The other thing under the whole write-up that you had there, number 1, I agree with that. The 3 minutes at the end, if you get that through, there really wouldn't be much to talk about other than just BS in that last 3 minutes, and I'm good at it, so I like those last 3 minutes there. And then,
I'm sorry.
That's
sir.
okay. You got to have some humor, you know. And like the gentleman said, maybe, or like Bill said, rather, if you guys limit it to yourself. I mean, if you're all in agreement, instead of spending 3 and 4 minutes telling me you're in agreement and why you're in agreement, just say yes and be done with it. You know, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and go Bills.
As in Buffalo, not Bill Batten. Right. That concludes our comment cards. Okay, gentlemen, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass all 3.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Okay, Councilman Langevin, you're.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and I guess I'll keep this under 3 minutes. I really don't think I go much longer than 3 minutes anyways when I make my point. In fact, I'm pretty sure Bill Batten speaks more than me most meetings. But so no, I 100% agree with. All right, well, let's just start here. We 100% have a First Amendment right, and we 100% have the right to address our grievances with the government. And I'm with you on those, and that's why we should absolutely have the first public speaking at the beginning. And I also think that we should still have the ability to have comment cards on the ordinances of the public hearings, right? So when we're doing something that's changing an ordinance or city law or a major development that's going to impact the community, you do still have the ability to come up and speak individually on those items. As far as the consent agenda goes, it is incredibly unusual for residents to be able to pull consent items, and you can look at it either way. It's a positive or a negative that we're different, but ultimately, we are having a lot of these conversations individually with the city manager. We were elected to represent the city and to lead, and so we are doing a lot of that, and we're trying to lead, and we're having these meetings with the city manager and with staff. I've spent close to 10 hours at City Hall this week on my free time when I wasn't working before this meeting. So having all these meetings and talking with staff and everything else. So the due diligence is being done, and we do try to make ourselves as available as possible. So you also have the ability to address us via reaching out to us. You can call me. I make my cell phone numbers 321-576-4163. I put it on all my campaign literature. I'm on Facebook. You can reach out to me with any questions, beforehand with the agenda. And then you have the ability to speak at the beginning of the meeting. But at the end of the day, we're the elected representatives, and we need to come up here and accomplish business. And so the best way to do that, in my opinion, is to not allow residents to pull consent agenda items and to get rid of final comment at the end, because we also should really be the ones who are having the final comment after we've heard everything and we've heard everybody's input, we've heard our input, and now we have council reports. And then that really should be the end of it at that point. So that's why I made the motion to pass this. I agree with it, and I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson.
Well said, Councilman Langevin. The only thing to add is we appointed Mr. Morgan, the interim, because of how efficient he's been in his past. So if he sees something this quickly, just from observing, I think we should take it into consideration. Now, to the other point, I do like the ideas regarding presentations, because there have been times where we've had presentations go all the way up until 7:30. And the way your circadian rhythm is, the later it is, the less sound you're going to be with your decisions. So I understand that as well. So what we can do with that, with presentations, maybe just do them all at the first of the month, or we can structure it where if we know we're going to have a long agenda, do the presentations on the meeting of the month that's going to be a lighter meeting or something of that sort. But there have been several meetings where it's been like 7:30 p.m. and we're getting to public comments. Not for everybody speaking. Mayor, you give the proclamation, but then sometimes they get passionate and they're up there a little longer than usual. So it's no fault. I wouldn't say it's no fault on anybody, but just for efficiency purposes of conducting business, I can see us working or fine tuning that area as well. That's all, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Ham?
Yeah, I like number one. I think number one is extremely, extremely needed. And I do see that the taking away public comment after that is also something I can't support. I do not think we should ever take the voice away from the people. I do see things should run more efficient, but I think they should run more efficient on our end. And I don't think we should take it away from the people. I really think we should add some of the things that other people have said and actually take a dive into this to become efficiency, especially if he came up with this already. I think he can come up with a lot more, especially the presentation idea. I would like to discuss that if we possibly could.
Deputy Mayor.
I like how it's presented. One other thing I like that actually Melbourne does is they don't do council reports. I haven't seen it so much on this council, but I've seen council in the past. Sometimes the council reports go 15 minutes. Melbourne does something that they call remonstrances and petitions and communication, and those are typically short and sweet. So that would only be another recommendation that I had.
Okay, so here's where I'm at. I love item number one, and I think that should have already been in place. Again, I lean with Councilman Hammer on that second one. I understand it's a package deal. I get it. But I always pride myself that our citizens engage with us, and to the detriment of us being here a while, I always prided on that engagement. Like I said, I've been here 36 years now. I've seen this city grow. I've seen Minton Road was not even 2-lane. It was a dirt road back in the day, right? And I've seen such growth. I've seen Bayside lakes develop. So we as council have grown. And part of the efficiency, I think, is I know that we're hitting on presentations. Presentations is different than recognizing our citizens or recognizing groups. We have had, to your comment, we have had 2 presentations that have lasted over 10 minutes each. And that was not that, because the presenter, it had nothing to do with the proclamations that were issued. It was more of those presentations, whether they were our own staff or different chambers coming in to do presentations. So I get that aspect of it. The only thing is that last part. But I understand council. I can count votes and I understand this is the way we're going. I will say this. We are going to get what I refer to as a lighting system. And in that effort, you will be able to tag in. I'll be able to witness. If you're not tagging in, you're not speaking. That's how we're going to keep it moving. I've been wanting this for over 4 years. I know there's several members that have wanted me to have that tool because my head's on a swivel, and this dais was not created for dialogue of 5 members. I'm being real because I can't see your faces. But I'll be able to monitor that, and I think that'll help us in the long run. That being said, I'm going to call the vote. I've got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Passes 3-2. So we're now on item number 8. Deputy Mayor, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor. come to meetings prior to being elected, and I've been at the meeting 8 meetings now in 4 weeks, and Youth Advisory Board has consistently remained vacant, and I think I would like to have it dissolved.
Do you have any speaker cards on this one?
No speaker cards, Mayor.
No speaker cards. Councilman Johnson, I know that you started this board, and there was a lot more engagement back in the day, right? To your credit. But Deputy Mayor has concerns about it. It's hard to fill. They don't meet. So what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I would like if the city clerk and if HR can speak to this, because it was up and running initially when I first got in office, 2019. This was one of the first things I put together, and this Youth Advisory Board was responsible for the Veteran Flag Program. They were responsible for the Veteran Parade. They were responsible for the internships within the city. So they were very productive and efficient. It was right after COVID. That's when everything kind of just fell apart. But I know City Clerk and our HR Director, Laura Clausen, can speak a little more to some of the issues and challenges we were facing. So
who would you want to speak first? The City Clerk? Okay.
Yeah, she looks
Madam,
ready.
Mrs. Jones?
Sure, I can give a brief history, and HR can chime in if I misspeak on anything. As Councilman Johnson said, the Youth Advisory Board was established in 2019. It is comprised of 9 students and 3 adult members. Per the ordinance, the adult members are required to be fingerprinted. At this point, the Youth Advisory Board hasn't met since 2021. There were quorum issues around 2021, so we hadn't had meetings. Then in 2022, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement notified the city that we were no longer eligible to participate in the state and national criminal history checks. And only the name-based checks could be performed through the FDLE, which only provided information for Florida only. So the Human Resources Department did finally receive approval from the FDLE to begin fingerprinting again, but we still have several other steps to overcome, so we have not implemented it yet.
Councilman Johnson?
Yeah. Ms. Clausen, that covers it pretty much, right? Yeah. So
it's about fingerprints?
Yeah. So it's been an issue. At this point, I'm fine with it. The whole point of the Youth Advisory Board was to empower the youth to kind of get involved in local government. But I'm fine with it being gone for now. I still encourage us to, go into the city, go into the schools and just speak to them so they know about local government. Some of the schools I talk to and I break it down to them, they know more about local government than some of the adults. So it's encouraging, but I still want us to engage the youth. If it's not through this, through some other mechanism, and that's all, Mayor.
Copy that. Well, I hear what you're saying. Right along that same vein, when it comes to local government, I do see that there is some willing to engage. But what I found the deficiency is the knowledge of our federal government, right? The knowledge of the 535 legislators, the executive branch, and all of that. So that is part of the engagement that I've had over the time. But all right, point taken. I do. Do you guys want to discuss or wait till we get a motion?
Well, I'll just say, since this is just kind of off, it's about the board, but not really, but along the conversation we're just having right now. I thought about this a lot, and it was a phenomenal idea. And that first board obviously came up with some great ideas. And I like where this direction is going with that you and Councilmember Johnson were just talking about. And the thought that I was kind of having, actually driving here tonight with this was, what if we had something like a competition within the schools where we as council members could go into the civics classes, maybe give a little class, and the teachers, let them all come up with an idea. And then maybe the top 3 ideas get to come up, or we could pick one or something like that. Just kind of brainstorming. But
yeah, maybe we could have something like mayor for the day. I don't know. I just threw that out there, or councilman for the day or something. Maybe that could be part of what is that the vision you have, Councilman Johnson?
I'm open. I love both of your ideas, whether it's through the SGA or through
student government.
student government, or just through the classes that they have, American history. Like, there's so many ways we can attack this.
Okay.
So
Yeah, there's
I'm
definitely something
open.
there. We could do something.
Okay. Councilman Hammond?
So is the fingerprints just for the adult that's in it?
Yeah.
Can we just modify it to where the student body president for each high school is the board member?
So in other words, we wouldn't have an adult, it'd be a student body president for each high school, or I don't see.
Each high school has one representative on the board.
Well, there's only one board though. So
Yeah,
you would have to.
You have Palm Bay High, Heritage, Bayside, all have one representative
one president
for the
Oh, I
board.
see.
Yeah, plus the charter schools as well, if there's a high school. So you'll have one from Pineapple and you'll have one from Odyssey. So that's your 5.
That
You don't have to wait on somebody to get appointed. You don't have to hope somebody gets appointed, but this would have to be something that we get okayed with the schools as well, because the schools.
Well, what are your thoughts, Deputy Mayor? You brought the item. What are your thoughts?
I'm still in favor of dissolving the board. I think if there's something there, maybe the approach a school board member and ask them if there's something the school board could do. I know personally, I'm already speaking at my kids' school next month to the 4th graders about my role at city council. And I think just good stewards of the community, each member up here can just go do that on their own. We don't need a board and staff's time to talk about things that we should just be doing anyways as good stewards of the community.
Okay. So, okay, that's a good suggestion. I need a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Second.
I got a second by Councilman Johnson. I think a lot has already been discussed.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Johnson, you brought this up, and like Councilman Langevin said, you had some really good successes prior to COVID.
Yes, sir.
Maybe, I don't believe in always throwing out the baby with the bath water.
I'm with you.
But the fingerprinting issue is an issue, right?
Mhm.
Unlike any other board, and we have to protect our youth.
Yep.
So that's
That's number one.
That is that. So, Deputy Mayor,
I made the motion.
Okay. No, I know. Did you?
Oh, no further comments. No.
Yeah. So, I'll I'm trying to think. I'll reach out to school board member John Thomas, school board member Katie Campbell, and have conversations with them, but just to brainstorm and see what they think on how to go about this, because there are those that are interested in working for the city or in politics, and we want to make sure we encourage that. We don't nip it in the bud. So there's always a different way to skin a cat. So
yeah, especially the kids in
I would like
high
to
school.
step in and help you with that if I'm allowed to.
Yeah. Well,
if it gets dissolved, we have the ability to bring it back with a better idea.
yeah, but I'm just concerned with sunshine on this one.
No, we're not going to discuss. I'm going to reach out to people as well.
Okay, copy that. All right, so I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe and seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 9. Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, so this kind of goes along with the same point of tying up staff time, efficiency, et cetera. We have a EPA, we have a Florida DEP, we have environmental at our city level, we have this board. So, but again, this is up for discussion, and I know that there are some speaker cards and some members of the board here tonight. So I'll go ahead and yield for now and let public comment.
Okay. All right. So speaker cards, Deputy Mayor.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I'm speaking more for Susan Conley. She's, if you know the individual, she's normally at all the meetings. She could not be here at this meeting, and she sits on the Sustainability Board. She could not make this meeting. So I'm kind of speaking on, not on her behalf, but in her namesake. Sustainability Board does a lot. They actually organize functions that happen out in the city right now. They do some of their functions where they'll participate with the city functions and they'll have their own booths set up for sustainability, for actively being involved in the city functions. They actually organized their own written policy into the city. They went through the entire process of writing their own policies for the city to have on record. That's how involved they wanted to be. The other thing about the Sustainability Board is that they were all volunteers. They were asking to do something that was going to be good for the city. I personally follow what they preach, but I do it on my own personal basis. If anybody's ever been to my property, they know that I practice what they preach. But they spread that throughout the city. So I'm not in favor of doing away with this board, strictly because they take a high interest and they actively involved, not so much what happens here in the chambers, but for the many, 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 many man hours that they put in outside of their functions, where they come in here and get organized to make it happen. They organize in here and they make it happen outside the chambers. Thank you.
Mayor, am I authorized to ask questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Ask the question.
Can you give detailed examples of what they do?
Yeah, they had the rain barrel. They had rain barrel workshops.
Yes,
they had the Save Our Lagoon committee tables. Those are just the two I can think of off my.
So those are also done by the Marine Resource Council, which is using a city building.
I agree. That's what they're doing, but they aren't the ones organizing here in these things to get the city involved. That's human. That's another government identity. They're using their resources just like they use the resources here within the city. They'll have their own booths. When we had the land out here, they had their booths set up out here for promotion of plant propagation and stuff like that for sustainability. They had the rain garden demonstration set up that's over at your public works. They do a lot. Just because there's another government identity that coincides with it, well, so what? This is the government identity, and they're with us too. All right. I can see where you're coming from, and I'll chill out a little bit.
Thank you.
But
I appreciate you.
Thank you. That was a question. It was just a question, Master Chief. Does that conclude your questions, Councilman? All right. Thank you. Okay.
Jessica Lavelle.
Next speaker, please.
Jessica Lovell, 475 Gallagher Street Southwest. I'm a current member of the board. So I wanted to come here. I didn't know if there was a discussion or what was going to be had, but really to request the council to pause until further information can be gathered, while giving the Sustainability Advisory Board the opportunity to propose solutions to any of the identified issues in order to rectify. I think this exercise will also help with a comprehensive view to understand the overall health of the board, since really the infancy of a board doesn't mean that it's not needed. So we do have an opportunity this evening for the council to support.
Can you get closer to the mic,
yeah.
please?
Thank you. Sorry. I'm hearing myself, but yeah, you can't hear. So this really would give an opportunity this evening for council to support the board and continue to collaborate with council to be able to solidify a strategic path forward in order to mature the board to expectations. Thank you.
Okay, I have another question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
What does a Sustainability Advisory Board do that a environmental nonprofit does not do?
I think they both work for the public, but these are citizens that are representing the city of Palm Bay, that aren't interested or biased, that aren't influenced by profits, that see, we're representing the city, the council, or the citizens, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Logan Luce.
Logan Luce, 4517 Kaleen Circle, Northeast, Palm Bay. Current chair of the Sustainability Advisory Board. A little bit of background about myself. I graduated from the University of Florida with agriculture education and communication. So this is Go Gators. right in my wheelhouse. So when I was approached to join the board a couple years ago, I was very excited about it. We got another gator. Very excited about it. That's why if everyone I think on council that knows me, I'm an environmental guy, agriculture, that kind of deal. And I know a lot of the campaigns was all about the lagoon, water management, conservation, those kind of efforts. That's what I'm all about. The Sustainability Advisory Board, we, as it's been mentioned, the Sustainability Advisory Action Plan passed in 2001, was developed by that board, council before y'all. But something that water management, infrastructure, little things in that plan has been utilized throughout the city. I think that's a benefit. It's the citizens coming to advise the board or the council on ways that we can have better sustainability infrastructure, better for the lagoon, baffle boxes, going to those events, having the citizen input. I think it's very important for that. Much different than, I know nonprofit can do some of the same stuff, but this is a different twist. It's a way for the citizens to be appointed by the council to advise the council on what they understand about the environment and conservation. Some other things that we have even talked about is doing conservation easements on land that is owned by the city to be able to hold those, safeguard those, so where we have constant wildlife throughout the city. And I know a handful of the city council is actively engaged in agriculture and also wildlife. So that's very important to our city, and that's where our citizens bring that forward. Some of the volunteer aspects that we do, not only spending many hours on the dais, which could be part of the staffing issue. This last meeting, we were talking about one of the sections in the action plan, and I said we have an 8 o'clock cap. This is going too late. So we're very focused on that and very appreciative of the staff time. But we also volunteer outside of the board meeting times to do native plants around retention ponds to take away the overload of nutrients before it goes into the Indian River Lagoon. So those are just some of the things that we're very involved with. I know I'm almost timed out. Also, the Sustainability Advisory Fair, community engagement opportunities, going to workshops, seminars, conferences, and most of all, protecting wildlife, a clean environment, etc. And this is with 9 hours of notice. And I've sat here, 3 of the 5 board members are here, 2 open seats, and I've sat here for 3 going on 3.5 hours just for this. That's how important it is to me, a lot of the community, and I'm sure there would be more here if there was more time. But if any questions, I know as a citizen, but acting or as chair, any questions of the involvement or what we do, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, Councilman Johnson has a question.
Yes, and I appreciate you speaking up because I actually like this board. But I guess my question with the Sustainability Action Plan, because that was very thorough what y'all did. Kudos to that. How much action has been taken on those action items that y'all proposed?
Yeah, so we just had a presentation from City Works or Public Works, I believe it was, about stormwater treatment. A lot of the things she described is what was in that action plan. So I wasn't here when I was on the board whenever it was created. But that's why we're actually going through every meeting or every other meeting, going through each topic in there to reevaluate what needs to be brought up. That, of course, will come to y'all. Y'all will have the final say of that action plan. And that kind of gives the city a citizen input, y'all's approval on how we go through. So the building right next to us has stormwater management systems. I think not the parking lot, maybe the parking lot will have like stormwater holding areas so there's not flooding and that kind of stuff, and can also capture those overloaded nutrients and stuff. So that in the plan is about conservation easements or protecting Florida Forever type deals. We're actively working with, or there's been staffing changes, so getting back on track of conservation easements to be able to protect the wildlife in the city and give those kind of safe havens for the natural wildlife that we have, and also for children and adults to go and stroll through or learn more about the environment here locally in our great city.
Nice. Thank you for that. Are conversations also had with the growth management department as well, or more so public works?
Maybe on the city level. I haven't directly while my time on the board have talked to that department,
Okay.
but we're always inviting in other departments to do presentations. So we've had businesses come in and show us how they do environmental aspects or what their practices are to better the environment, to reduce waste, things like that. So anybody that comes to watch or public comment, citizen input, they get to see that. It's televised or broadcasted so they can see those presentations. So we're engaging on many different levels. So that's probably one that we could bring in to see the growth of the city. But I think that's where it goes in with the conservation easements as well. And of course, that would be up to y'all to be able to protect parts of the city that will be vital to our ecosystems.
Thank you, Mr. Luce.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No questions.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Jane Higgins.
I am Jane Higgins, 280 Naylor Street, Northeast, proud Palm Bay resident for 30 years now. Seen a lot of change happen in this city, and I've been involved in a lot of environmental groups. So this board is passionate for me. I've been on it for about 2 years, and I'm a big proponent of native plants in the city. And what I would love to do is issue a little bit of a challenge to this group, because as Mr. Morgan, the city manager, knows, most cities have a sustainability board. Most cities have their sustainability board have different levels of authority and interaction with their city departments and other city officials. And I don't know that ours compares to that. I think we have an opportunity there, because in the action plan, it says that the purpose and intent of the board is to advise and assist the city council, city manager, and city staff in matters relating to pollution reduction, water quality initiatives, community education, involvement, et cetera, et cetera. So there are other advisory boards that are A++. I think we are pretty darn good, but I think we have opportunity for improvement. And I think it would be very interesting to have that comparison done with some of the other advisory boards, especially Beachside, because Beachside has to really be A+ on this, since they're losing ground as we speak over there. So that's what I would propose. If you're worried about what our effectiveness is, I'm sure we could improve a little bit, but I think we could also learn a lot from other cities. Any questions that you have?
Any questions? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Does
right.
that conclude your comments?
Yes, thank you
Thank
very
you, ma'am.
much.
Appreciate you coming out. So, Councilman Langevin, we've heard there's a lot of public engagement. Palm Bayers that are literally working hard on this, but I wanted to see where we could strike a balance here, right? The board shall identify and make recommendations to City Council concerning affordable strategies associated with conservation, renewable energy, energy efficiency. Develop an environmental sustainability plan for city operations with a goal of achieving 100% clean energy by 2035 in city operations. Develop an assessment plan to track activities and implementation of city's environmental sustainability plan. Provide an annual report to the city council on activities, implementation of the plan, and review ordinances and policies that have an environmental impact on the city, and make recommendations to the city council. Such topics include standards of recycling, environmental standards, preservation, landscape, floodplain management. So out of all of these, is there something that you would want to remove, or is there something that you would want to add?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and first off, I'll just go ahead and go back to the beginning that, on a personal note, I feel like the vast majority of what they talked about is something that a nonprofit should be doing. The little bit that really isn't relevant to a nonprofit, it sounds good on paper, but it's still kind of scary that just a board of people are just giving recommendations on building projects and things like that. So that's just 30,000 foot level. What you just discussed, 100% I want to get rid of is the idea that we need to be going towards 100% clean energy by 2030. What is clean energy? Does it even describe what that is in there? So if we're going to have a compromise, that would definitely be
yeah. So and that, I hear you. That's why I hear you. I think I just wanted to make sure we're talking apples to apples here. So I think that's a goal, and that aggressive goal, I don't see it being achieved, right?
Yeah.
In that regard. And then what are the details of that goal?
So I think gas is clean. So what is clean energy? I don't think that was the intent of what was written there, but so anyways, that 100%. I mean, personally, I think we dissolve the board. But if there is not, if I don't have the votes on that tonight, I would like to either remove that section or let's give guidance to just completely rewrite the sustainability board into something that's a little bit more palatable to this council.
Well, and we heard from I believe it was Judith earlier today. No, it was Judith that said perhaps we could add. Excuse me. Perhaps we can add additional duties to solidify this board, not just do away with it. So now that we have a little bit of feedback, I'm good with removing that given direction because that is an unsurmountable task in and of itself. However, keeping the other topics of standards of recycling, environmental standards, preservation, landscape design, floodplain management, those are things that our citizens want to engage in and want to be part of that. So I would, instead of dissolving the whole board, perhaps give that redirection. And I said pretty much the same thing when they came before me to dissolve the budget advisory board. Let's not throw it all away. Let's see where we could hone in on it. So I would, agree that maybe we could just hone in on giving them different tasks or removing that function, somehow amending it, but not doing away with it in its entirety. But that's just one person here. I'd like to hear. I guess I'll need a motion to continue the dialogue.
All right. Motion to revise the sustainability board.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
I got a second by Councilman Hammer. Okay, Councilman Johnson. Yes.
Just looking at the overview and looking at the board, whatever your vote is, doesn't matter. But there are a lot of holistic tie-ins between what the board does and what is contained in the conservation element of our comprehensive plan. So if there's going to be a removal of the board, we're going to have to look at where to fill in those blanks, fill in those tasks and those goals and objectives and policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to conservation that
with
are
another
effectuated,
board. I got
that
you.
are effectuated, not necessarily with another board, but if this board is currently actually effectuating those goals, policies in our comprehensive plan as regarding to the conservation element, then you're going to have to make up that shortcoming.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So that's something that we really should be considering.
Well, Mayor, I was actually had this on my list of things to discuss in council reports, but with the new city manager and the new council, we 100% need to be going back into the comprehensive plan anyways and looking at quite a few things, I think. So that might be a good time to do all that. So,
well, we could always revise the comp plan, right? But we just got one. But that you're talking about digging into something totally different now.
Right.
So that being said,
Mayor.
and considering, yes, sir.
Yep, because I made the motion. All right, thank you. No, just for the sake of, I appreciate your feedback, Ms. Jane, of looking at other municipalities that are possibly doing it better, looking at what they have, implementing that. But the topic was brought up, so I'll speak on it because I've spoken on it before. But in my humble opinion, we're not getting the bang for buck when it comes to Marine Resource Council. I think we should look at all the city-owned properties that we're leasing out for free and ask ourselves, are we really getting a return on investment? I don't see one with them. I don't see one with another one. But they pretty much every year, all we've gotten is a report, and that's it. So to their point of what the nonprofits are doing, I see exactly where they're coming from. And I know we've gotten a lot more value from the board than the nonprofit. So I'm all for revising and pulling out, fine tuning, but I think we should keep it.
Well, the only thing we were discussing is that develop environmental sustainability for city operations goal of achieving 100% clean energy by 2035 in city operations.
Oh.
That is like such an unsurmountable.
That sounds
task.
like the new Green Deal.
That's that's an unsurmountable.
So I understand.
Right.
Okay.
So I think if we're just not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, Councilman Langevin and felt that we could do away with that comment and build from there. But we have a motion for the revision. Let me just ask a few questions, gentlemen. Okay. The very first question, can we leave the board as is and have them remove that out of their function? I guess that the question should go to the city clerk.
Actually, I would have to defer to the city attorney.
I would just make a comment.
Okay.
It just says with a goal of achieving. It doesn't
Right.
say that we actually have to achieve it.
I get it, but it's a concept that I'm trying to work in. Help me out, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Well, the functions, the identified functions of the board are codified in the Code of Ordinances. So if you're going to change those, tweak them, revise them, this matter has to be brought forward as an ordinance, an amendment to the ordinance, 2 public hearings, and it's going to have to be revised that way, because this isn't necessarily like a policy. Some of these are codified as ordinances, so this would involve an amendment to the ordinance. So if you're directing staff to come back, council can direct staff to come back and look over the ordinance establishing the sustainability, right? Almost said resiliency. The Sustainability Advisory Board, and come back with a proposed ordinance with those things that whatever direction is given to staff to come back with an ordinance amending.
So would the revision motion qualify that, or can we just do away with that motion and give staff that direction?
Well, I'm not clear what the motion is. The motion on the if the motion on the I just need clarification because I might have missed it through the cracks. Is the motion on the day's to dissolve, or are you looking for revisions?
Revision to revise.
So you can direct staff to look over the ordinance and suggest these are the revisions we want to make, and staff can then come back and present to you an ordinance with those amendments, and then it could be then discussed by this council.
All right, so we good with that? Okay. So part of that revision is that comment. Did staff capture that? Okay. So are we all clear on what we're about to vote on?
Yeah, before we vote, I just want to say something. So there's a reason why these boards are so very, very, very important. We have a man that's a University of Florida graduate, knows horticulture, knows everything that we're going through. He's been to DC. He's been to several different places to learn these things, to go through seminars, to go through all these different things, to learn the items he's bringing to us for free. That is the purpose of a board. I understand dissolving a board that actually gives us nothing, but we have an untapped resource, and that's one example. I follow Mr. Luce a lot, and I know a lot of the things that he does and a lot of the things that he can provide, and I do not understand taking out a board that provides so much to us.
Well, not only that, but it's the community engagement, right? It's not just Mr. Luce, it's the community at large and wanting to engage with council and local government. But right now we've got a motion to revise. Staff is aware of that revision by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Are all in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on council reports. I'll start with Councilman Langevin.
All right, I got a couple, so bear with me. First off, I want to thank, even though they're not here anymore, I want to thank the Bayside Chorus. That was phenomenal. It was a great way to start this meeting as close to Christmas. And then to go right from there into being able to honor Councilman Johnson's father. And I mean, I told Councilman Johnson the second he walked in the room, I said, wow, that's a warrior, the way he carried himself. And so it was just a real honor to be able to be part of both of those. And it was a great way to start this meeting. So one item that's really important, and it was actually brought up earlier during public comment, and it was something I've already been discussing with the city manager, school zone cameras. The prior council approved those school zone cameras. We obviously have a very different council now, and I would like to discuss with this new council if they still think that we need to go forward with those school zone cameras. And I'll tell you, I'm 100% against the school zone cameras. I talked about it in my campaign. I was asked about it multiple times at candidate forums. And to me, with the school zone cameras, there's multiple aspects to it. First off, it's promoting the surveillance state. It's eerily reminiscent of what China is doing in Hong Kong. It's another step towards the surveillance state. So from that matter, I definitely want to pull it. From another matter, it's like, okay, the point is they're speeding in a school zone. We should be doing something about it. Well, there's other reasons to have law enforcement in front of a school during school zone hours besides just people are speeding. So we need to have law enforcement in front of our schools either way. And now I have the utmost respect in our law enforcement, and I love our chief and our deputy chief. They're here right now. But we're also people. And so if we kind of get into the idea that, oh, well, there's speed trap cameras there, so maybe we're good. The camera will take care of it. I can go kind of, patrol in another area. Well, we're also doing school hardening. And so I don't think the law enforcement's going to leave anyways. And maybe chief can come up and talk to that. I think we're doing a pretty good job with school hardening. But I don't want that to eventually become a reason in the future that we stop having law enforcement in front of schools. And then, again, the whole point is that we're giving tickets to people that are speeding through the school zone. Well, we've already been giving out warnings, and people are not speeding during school zone hours because there's flashing lights, and they can't speed because of the amount of cars that are in line, and probably there's still, police presence outside. That they are getting the warnings not during school zone hours, which beats the whole point of the system in the first place. So there's just a lot of reasons for me, and I understand that there was a cost, and that was, a past council decision, but there's just so many negatives to this. And then, they used to have these cameras on a red light, so you get a ticket if you ran a red light. And for the same reason, some of the same reasons that I just discussed, the state was like, we need to get rid of that. So they got rid of those, and now we're kind of setting ourselves up for something similar. So if there's consensus from council, I would like to give guidance to staff to go ahead and bring up an ordinance to scrap the ordinance that we currently have that allows the cameras. I yield.
Did you want to hear from the chief?
Well, I did kind of say that, and then I got carried away. So, Chief, would you like to come up and talk about law enforcement presence in front of schools and what your thoughts are on the school zone cameras?
Good evening. So just so I understand, so reference schools, in terms of hardening our presence in our schools, aside from the SROs that we have on a few of our schools, and also the guardians and the specialists that are assigned to the schools as well through the sheriff's department. We do have officers that are assigned schools within their areas, that they frequent the schools, that they're assigned tasks through their shift, through their supervision daily. With regards to security measures, we also have our community resource unit that is out there dealing with investigations in terms of incidents that are happening in schools, following up with the school administration as well. So just for the school cameras, for the red speed cameras, I should say, in the school areas, in the school zones. So we're looking at 16 locations citywide, and a couple of them are up and running and have been since November. And the push, that the reason why we even brought it in front of the council, good Lord, earlier in the year or prior to that, was what we were dealing with regards to pedestrian fatalities in school areas, kids being hit by vehicles, and speeding. Yes, we have flashing lights that are out there, 20 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, depending on what location, but it wasn't really doing its function. With regards to that being used in lieu of not having officers out there patrolling and, enforcing speed violators and things of that nature, it's an added tool like everything else that we have within law enforcement, right? So, as we know, we can't be everywhere at once. We have a city that's the size of 80 to 90 square miles, a lot of roadways in Palm Bay. So it does help us manage those issues with regard to the violators. And there are violators there. Just had one that we were speaking with earlier today about with regards to it. And so it does help. My biggest concern is the safety of the kids. that are crossing the streets. We do have crossing guards, but there aren't crossing guards at every location because it's just based on the numbers, based on the count. It's not required. But drivers they're not driving the way we're driving. Should be driving throughout our city, throughout the county. We see it on 95. I know it's a different element, but it's the same thing applies in our school zones. They don't see a cop, they fly. They get a civil citation, which doesn't go against points on their driver's license. It slows them down. They won't be doing it again. It's a proven fact that's happened throughout the country in different states. With regards to doing away with it, that's something from a legal standpoint. I know there was a 5-year agreement that was signed. So there's some other issues there that are outside my purview that we need to get discussed. But with regards to other uses of it, listen, these cops, along with these cameras, along with the flock cameras that we have throughout the city, they help with solving crime. They help with protecting our citizens. I'll just take this, New York. It was those cameras that helped catch the killer that killed the CEO. So I have countless of statistics, countless of cases that we've used these cameras to take into custody homicide suspects. So those speed cameras as well will also be a benefit in that factor. If those vehicles that are used or suspects that are used that are driving through those areas, we can use that as an investigative element as well. So it isn't Big Brother to not being constantly monitored. That's the one disclaimer misnomer that's out there. So it's something that we can go back to and check if something needs to be looked at with regards to a crime that has been committed. But for me, the biggest thing, the most important thing is what I presented in front of the council at the time was the safety of our students and our kids walking to school has been a problem. And we have one of the highest rates in the county. So that was the reason why it was presented.
Yes, sir. Ask you a question.
Okay. So 100% agree with you. We do need to protect our kids, and I know that you're doing everything that you can to do that. One of my concerns is that if we're just talking about it, to some extent, yes, if once you get your first ticket, you would hope that they would slow down, but there's something different between kind of a pole with a camera on it, convincing people to slow down versus when you have an officer out there with the lights on, right? And the goal is not to get money out of people. The goal is to get them to slow down and protect our kids. Now, I understand also that we need more officers. And so this might be a catalyst to talk about that. And I know we just approved some, but maybe this is a way that we can start talking about approving even some more, because personally, I want to see as much as possible with the workload during drop off and pickup hours that we just have an officer out there, an additional one, because the school resource officer at that school is probably doing other stuff and is busy. So, and if that means we need to get you more, I'm really open to having that conversation. But I do have a lot of problems with the school zone cameras. I do think it is just a step too far. I'm not going to touch the other cameras, but the school zone cameras, I think, is a step too far in the surveillance state. And I don't think it really accomplishes the mission the same way that if we were able to just hire some more police officers and give Chief what he needs to do the job, then we could, I think, accomplish that more effectively. So that's all I have for you, Chief. If you have a follow-up on that.
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, how long have we had those cameras installed? Since September?
Well, November, we had 2 locations that went live.
Okay.
And the reason why there's been a slight delay was because of the hurricane.
Right.
So they're up at the locations, the other 14 locations. We're just waiting for FPNL to come out there and hook them up and connect them so they can go live.
So you don't have enough data to understand if there's been change in behaviors of those 2 that have gone live?
Not necessarily change in behavior. We have the data in terms of for the first month or so, month and a half, of how many violations there have been.
Okay.
Which is pretty significant.
Pretty significant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I forgot one thing too. And in talking about having officers in front of the schools versus a camera is obviously, you know this, but I'm just kind of talking to the council as well. We want officers in front of the school, particularly during drop off and pickup, not just to slow traffic down, but as a hardening for things like school shooters and threats to the actual school.
100%.
And Chief understands that, and I'm mostly talking to council, but and so what I don't want is for these to say, well, we've got a camera, and that kind of takes care of the speeding to some extent. So now we can kind of, and I'm not saying you do this, Chief, but it's just kind of a way that we can kind of use that as an excuse, I feel like, in some ways. But I don't want to do that. I want to have an officer in front of the school, drop off and pick up, being there to protect the school. But if we're doing that, why do we need cameras? Because then the officer could also run traffic or just be a presence where people will slow down. So then we're only going to be ticketing people if we're going to have an officer there anyways to protect the school from things like a school shooting and threats. Then people are going to slow down. So then we're still just really only ticketing during non-school zone hours, which beats the point of having the cameras at those locations. So.
And if I may, so just to clarify, so the school zones where the cameras are installed aren't necessarily in front of the school, right? So, and I completely agree with you, sir. Yes, I want cops out in front of school for security and things of that nature. The cameras that are where they're installed, school zones is a pretty long stretch depending on what area of the neighborhood of the city are. So they're not necessarily, in fact, not many of them are in front of the school. Or in close proximity to the school. It's encompassing that whole corridor of where that school zone starts and when the sign says school zone ends. So sometimes you're looking at a half a mile. Sometimes it could be, a little bit less, but they're not necessarily in front of the school. So just for clarification.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. All right. Does that conclude your questions?
For the chief, yes. So essentially what I want to do with this council report is just kind of poll the council to see if we would want to put this first reading of an ordinance on the next agenda, see what public comment is like, see what the public thinks, and if council wants to keep the cameras, you can deny the ordinance, but I just want to have that conversation.
Okay, so first of all, under reports, right? If council has an appetite to remove those school zones, which we already approved a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, just indicate by giving this a thumbs up. Otherwise, we'll just.
I have a question for Mr. Barber before we do that, because I want to say we're under a contract. So
that would be a legal question.
Okay. He does the contract. Okay. Yes, sir. Are we under some kind of contract for this to where we really don't have a choice other than to keep it for the next 5 years?
We did sign an agreement, if I recall correctly. It was a piggyback agreement with the state of Georgia, and council requested that we only did it for 1 year, if I recall correctly. I'm not certain, but we can get that information to you. Because there was a caveat when you guys approved it, I believe, but we will double check.
Yeah, because it's maintained by a third party, if I remember correctly. So the third party we're in agreement with.
Yeah, we signed a piggyback agreement where we're getting the equipment from, but it's the state of Georgia.
And then when did the contract start? If we already had some that rolled out in November, but then we had delays with the hurricanes, did it start when the first cameras got placed in?
So again, I'm trying to recall, but it's an annual subscription, and the equipment, the purchase of the equipment was off the contract. So the agreement is for the subscription services for it, because obviously they have to be, I believe, hot wired and things like that. But for the equipment itself was on the state of Georgia contract.
Okay.
Is there, I can tell you, I don't have an appetite. I think this is going to eventually help our children, and it's a tool to protect and solve crimes. So that's why I had voted for this. I truly believe that it will change patterns of behavior. I get what you're saying about the state, but the fog cameras are doing the same thing, only this is at no cost to the city. Those are my thoughts. I won't be giving you a thumbs up on this, but by thumbs up, I got a thumbs down here. All I need is a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
No, which one means which?
Thumbs down means that thumbs up that you want to pursue changing.
No,
okay.
No. I'm good.
Okay, so the consensus
I'm for discussion after the contract. So, but yeah.
There's no appetite for that right
Okay. Then I'm going to go into the rest of my council report. It kind of came up a little bit during new business, but with this new council and with the new city manager, I understand that maybe just recently that we went through the comp plan and some of those things, but elections are when they are, and so I don't know why that was chosen, because we have a brand new council and now we have a new city manager. I want to go back through the comp plan, and especially if we're going to have things like, we can look at things like the storage units. Why does our comp plan allow storage units to be in major thoroughfares through Bayside? So instead of having people come up and having to deny them, we should readjust our comp plan. We should be looking at our density. I know that's something that you're passionate about, Mayor. So I think we are going in a different direction than the last council, and I think that's going to need a comp plan to reflect that. So that's one thing. Councilman Johnson brought up the Marine Resource Council in the buildings. That was also on my list of things to bring up eventually. So I'm glad that you brought it up. I'm not going to ask for anything about it tonight. And then last but not least, so we had a workshop the other night. We talked about we were talking about the issue of homelessness. Really, the direction was the point of the workshop was, are we going to get sued? Do we have a thing in place to deal with, a plan in place to deal with HB 1365? We ended up talking a lot about other stuff and things like that. But one thing that I brought up that I kind of wanted direction on, but it kind of, we talked about some other things and this didn't really get brought up, is we need to, I want clear direction from this council, from this new council, one way or the other, for Chief in the back, on how are we going to handle the section of the homelessness that is a criminal element. And to me, a criminal element is also the ones that are choosing to do heroin on private property. It's not just people with a hard warrant. And so personally, I want to give Chief direction to be proactive on this, to be able to treat them like criminals, because they're trespassing, they're violating private property rights, they're doing felony drugs, and give him direction to say, we fully support you, go forward and arrest these people. Because there are other cities, and I don't know where we stand yet from the past, but there's other cities who say, don't treat them like criminals, we need to treat them like this or that. If they're breaking the law, we need to treat them like criminals. And so if that's the case, I want to give Chief very clear direction that that's what we want as a council.
So, Councilman Langevin, I don't doubt that the chief isn't prosecuting these guys, or not prosecuting, but arresting them. I don't see where.
So some of the issues that I could.
So, no, stand
okay,
fast.
go ahead. Sorry.
Stand fast. The one that gives direction to our employees is the city manager. And that's always got to be clear. That's the city management form of government. So I want to respect and honor that, right? So, in that regard, in honoring that, I think what needs to be asked, or the proper question may be, are we not making those arrests? What efforts are we doing? I think that would be better asked. And I'll ask the city manager if we could allow the chief to come back up.
Certainly.
And thank you, sir. So come on up, chief. Please give us a quick overview of whenever a crime is seen in regards to what Councilman Langevin discussed.
Yeah, correct. So, so if we do, our officers do come into contact with, whether they're homelessness individuals that are out there, that are panhandling, that are hanging out in parks, that are doing whatever the case may be, if they are breaking the law, we're enforcing the law. There's no exceptions to that. If it's an individual that's out on their luck and they're homeless, they're not engaging in any criminal activity other than being out there maybe after hours, we do try to provide them with some assistance, but like we mentioned the other day at the workshop, there is a process that we do follow, that our folks do follow, in terms of, try to provide assistance with some of the resources that were here that night, that we have relationships with. But at the end of the day, if they're violating and breaking the law, we're arresting them. We're charging them.
So I want to follow up in honor of what Councilman Langevin said. Is there anything that we could direct our city manager to have you, or equip you and your team better, to make sure that we're out there enforcing the law?
Sir, respectfully, no. I believe that we have our orders, our marching orders, is enforce the laws, and that's what we're doing, and the ordinances of the city of Palm Bay. So that's what we're doing.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So while I've got the chief,
stay right there.
So we just talked. We just said basically, parks. You said parks and out in the public. So I guess my bigger concern is what's happening on those private lots and the wooded lots. That's what I want to kind of give direction on, to be more proactive and to give you our authority to go in and take care of those.
So, for example,
private
so
lots.
we do have mechanisms and tools and resources out there. So, for example, for the private properties, the private lots, our officers, our community resource units, and our patrol officers, we do reach out to the property owners where we can get a hold of them. If we're able to contact them, and it's what we call a blanket trespass affidavit, right? It gives us as an agent of the city of Palm Bay for that property owner to go onto their property without having to call them every time we make contact with an individual that's trespassing or breaking the law, and we can enforce action. Quite honestly, don't need their approval if a law is being broken in our presence, but it does give us that extra mechanism in terms of with the state attorney's office to provide us that extra strength and that resource to say that we are an agent of this property owner. Here's a signed affidavit. We're allowed to come on there as an agent and enforce a trespass affidavit, and therefore gives us another reason to be in there and investigate further crimes and further elements of the crime.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to discuss that a little bit more because we were talking about a bunch of things 2 nights ago, and there's a lot to deal with homelessness, and that I just didn't feel like it got touched enough, having ended the meeting and talking about it. So I wanted to bring that up again, but I'm satisfied with those answers.
Thank you.
And then my last thing is
Thank you.
on my council report. My last thing is, can we raise the room temperature in here for future meetings? It's a little cold.
Well, brother, bring a sweater because I'm comfortable.
Oh, is it mayor's discretion? All right, my bad. We can continue.
Yeah.
I'll go in the back and do push-ups every hour.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
All right, I yield.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
I'm going to make mine short and sweet. I was tasked with coming up with the guidelines for the Citizen Budget Advisory Board. I have came out with those guidelines. This week I will be submitting them to City Manager Morgan. We're going to come up with some ideas on that to push it back, and I'm planning on having it here for our next council meeting. Secondly, I've had 3 to 5 people reach out to me about some of the fixes Republic Waste has done. A few people have said that they've came by and they have cleaned up their roads significantly, and I would like to thank City Manager Morgan for stepping up on his very first day and delivering a letter by hand to them. I was thoroughly impressed, and thank you.
Does that conclude? Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, Councilman Hammer, because he didn't even wait. He took care of that. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible. I have 4 items. First one, a year ago, I brought it up to council, and I've talked to staff about the park referendum of us paying the county, I believe, $1.5 million a year. Maybe Mr. Larry Wojciechowski can update this council with that, but something needs to be done. It's been a few years now that they've collected this money.
Yeah, I'm good with that, and I know you brought that up before. And
yeah, but now we got a new council. So
we got a new council. Number one, number two, we got new county commissioners.
Yep,
and we have representations with 3 and 5.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, I don't know if the rest of council's up to speed with the parks referendum from years ago, and we're not getting that. Our citizens are paying for that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if we could, I think. So far, we got consensus for that, Mr. Morgan. I know that the former city manager was going to have talks with the county manager at that time, and we don't know what materialized with that. But
I'll find out.
All right, it's like 1.5 mil from that park referendum a year that we could use for the parks that we got from the county.
Gotcha.
Second one,
I would like to see if council would entertain going back to Parks and Recreation. Now that we have a new council, I brought it up prior, but the timing, I agree, Mayor. You're like, let's hold off on that. So I would like to see council's, appetite for going back to Parks and Recreation. That's the second one.
Okay, I'll give me a thumbs up. Starting. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3. All right, so you got consensus there.
All right, 2 more.
So going back, just for clarification, going back to Parks and Recreation, where the maintenance and all that would be just Parks and Rec. Is that understood? Is that what
Yes,
you're
this
envisioning?
is explore that.
Explore that possibility. Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then bring back to council whatever. staff
Explore
comes
that
up.
possibility. Yes, sir.
Second thing, because I've heard from residents about this, where are we with FP&L second thing. Third. Thank you.
Third thing.
Where are we with FP&L putting all the lines underground? This is something from my first term. They were talking about it. That was back when we had Bart Getchen speaking before us. And I don't know where we are with that now.
They're doing great. They just
Okay.
skipped my neighborhood. They went Southwest.
Okay.
But I've seen it.
Okay.
But I don't know a status report. Maybe we could get a status update.
Yeah, for the next council meeting or next year.
Yeah, we can certainly ask. Obviously, that's an FPL task,
Right.
really not a City of Palm Bay task.
Right.
But historically, they've been very upfront about stating their policies, and so I would suspect they would come to a future meeting and provide you with an update.
Okay, thank you.
They're doing anyway. I've been tracking that, and they're doing a great job. But I'd love to get a status update on that from
Okay.
FPL.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because we haven't had an update in council chambers since Bart retired. But
Michelle's just been sending us
So the last thing
He retired on the same day I did.
Oh wow,
he's my retirement twin.
Oh, hey, okay.
Well, not
I like that.
anymore, buddy.
Yeah.
But the last thing I would like to see if we can consider, because we've had all these issues with change orders or concerns. I won't say issues. I'll say concerns with change orders. If we can look into design build as a concept moving forward, as a city. I've looked into it and I've seen other municipalities start to adopt this concept, and just wanted to see where council's appetite was for that. After that, I'm done, Mayor.
Design build meaning for our roads, because there's some issues with our roads that I've already mentioned.
Well, for everything, for roads, for buildings, for anything that has to do, so that way we're more in control, and nothing can try to get flown by us as a staff or as a council. So I don't know if Mr. Barber just walked in, or if however we want to have discussion. That's the last thing, and I'll be quiet, Mayor.
All right, so we could definitely look into that.
Yeah, and that I'm presuming is what we look at as we are coming to the front end of a significant capital project. What path do we want to go? And that's a perfectly great path in the right circumstance. And so I'm presuming, as a matter of course, we probably look at that option. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you. That's great conversation, gentlemen. Great conversations thus far. Deputy Mayor, you got 5 on the list? You said?
25, sir.
25. All
Two
right.
items.
All right.
I'd like to appoint Henry Moore to the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. Second item, following the homelessness workshop, Melbourne Deputy Mayor had reached out to me indicating some collaboration, that Melbourne is interested in collaborating with the City of Palm Bay. Their city manager would and himself are interested in hearing from us, and I believe there might have been some meetings in the past with Ms. Sherman, but like to see if get consensus to allow Mr. Morgan to restart those conversations with the City of Melbourne.
And what kind of partnership? Is there any more details you could give us, or?
I imagine it has some in relation to a shelter and shared resources, but I don't have a lot more information other than that.
Okay.
Clearly, at the last meeting, the council gave some pretty clear direction about
a stand
down, or as it may be named otherwise. And
Yes.
so one of the things I was going to do as a matter of course was contact my colleague at the City of Melbourne and see if they might have a space that might be available. And
I see.
And,
Okay.
And us perhaps providing some level of assistance, but that's really kind of been following up from your last meeting. But I think even there was some discussion about maybe they have a better place than we might have.
Yes. Okay. All right, council.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's good. Yes, sir. Does that conclude your comments?
It does.
All right. So,
Mayor, before you get started, I apologize. Phil Weinberg, I'm appointing you to the Space Coast TPO Citizen Advisory Committee. I apologize, sir.
and I already said about Logan Luce, right? On that other one. So, all right. So I'll start my reports by letting everyone know that one of the very first congressional staffers that lived in the city of Palm Bay has passed. And if you ask me, Ted Moorhead is legendary. When it comes to our lagoon, he was way ahead of the curve. He was actually, our lagoon house is named after Ted Moorhead. And he passed away. So, council, he not only is he legendary, but I remember having discussions and him coming even before council talking about how important our estuary was, our lagoon, Indian River Lagoon, way before, warning us about the contaminants that we were putting in on our grass to get it greener, how it's ruining our lagoon. So really a huge spokesman. And to that effort, I think we need to pay him honor for what he did and has done for our lagoon. That lagoon house, we need to do something to replace and do something really to upkeep and honor his name and his legacy on that Indian River Lagoon. And his funeral is this Sunday at 1300 hours, 1 o'clock. Longtime resident. Then I also wanted to invite each and every one of you to the family Christmas extravaganza, where everything is FREE. FREE. And you're all welcome. Bring your kids. Maybe you'll be able to win one of the 86-inch TVs that they'll be giving away. And then I must say this. I want to congratulate one of our very own, Deputy Chief Jeff Spears. Just graduated from the FBI Academy. Way to go, Mr. Spears, Deputy Chief. We're all proud of you. It's no easy task. I think you ran, 45 miles, sir? Maybe did I expound on that a little bit like a fishing story? Anyway, you were gone for how many weeks, sir? 11 weeks away from his family, guys, and successfully graduated at FBI Academy. Kudos to you. And then I'll conclude with this. Have yourself a very Merry Christmas. And that concludes my report. Mr. Morgan.
Can't top that, sir. No report.
Okay. Did you want to talk about Danielle and
apparently I do.
Yes. And our
where am I?
Economic
Last page. Last page.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
The other one probably.
Last page. Last page. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I'm old but I'm slow. Mr. Morgan to announce the following. At the last council meeting, Danielle Groats and Joan Juncala Brown were appointed to the Economic Development Commission's Board of Directors and Executive Committee, respectively. However, only one staff member can sit on both boards. I'm requesting that. Who's drawing the long straw or the short straw?
Need to flip a coin?
You want? Joan, serve on both boards.
Joni Giancarlo Brown. Woo. Okay. Thank you, Joan,
How'd I
for
do,
your service.
Mayor?
You did great. Thank you.
Take the whole 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Then Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I actually have no comments.
Yes, you do, sir.
No. The information is not fully complete, and that'll be presented at the next council meeting.
Okay, so that executive session is not going to happen.
No. It is going to happen. I just have not been. It's scheduled for the 16th, but I have not been provided the full roster of who's going to attend.
Understood.
That's why.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to public comments.
I have a card.
The last
Okay,
array.
who's the card?
Logan Luce.
Logan Luce, and then after Logan Luce, I got Master Chief and Pastor Mark Miller, and then Butcher Run. In that order, please.
Logan Luce, 4517 Kaleen Circle, Palm Bay, Florida. So it's an honor to be at one of the last public ending comments. Had to do the Bill Batten ordeal. But I just want to thank you for not dissolving the Sustainability Advisory Board. I think I can say that it was an agenda item. Okay. Thank you for that. The revision I'm up for. I think the 100% clean energy, unattainable. The last meeting even talked about doing SMART goals. Like, we're not going to be able to do X, Y, and Z. Let's not put it in the action plan, that kind of thing. So we're going through that whole book now, meeting by meeting or every other meeting. Any guidance that y'all have, it's at the pleasure of the council. So any guidance that you have that we can help or put into it, because obviously you have to approve it. So if it's not what you like, you're not going to approve it. So an open line, open dialogue, anything that y'all want to see in there. So understood about the 100% clean energy is something I had a problem with. I drive a Jeep Wrangler. It's a lot of gas. So obviously I'm not a nitro or that kind of stuff. Do like nuclear energy. Maybe we can get a nuclear plant here. But just thank you for that. Just want to extend any conversations about that board so we can make it better and better for Palm Bay.
Thank you. Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. 2 items to bring up. First one, Mayor, I can only speak to you, but this is related to Councilman Johnson. I was very happy to see the way you recognized your father. It made me feel very, very good. Very warm feeling came up within it. I mean, good job. I've seen a lot of flags given out, and yours hit the mark for striking in the soul. That's the best way I can say that. And your dad has always impressed me. I've talked with him several times, and he's a very impressive man. I think you made a very good choice on who should have been receiving of a flag from the city of Palm Bay. You made a good choice. Item number 2, I was not real happy with how you guys voted on changing our agendas packet and how it works out. But it's the city's agenda packet. You set the guidelines which we have to follow if we want to be participants as a city, as residents within your chambers. And I promise you, Bill Batten, being the person that he is, I can talk for 3 minutes on every single item just to show my disappointment with how you voted. And I will still be within my legal rights to do such. And I still have 1 minute and 36 seconds to go. And I can repeat my same statement, and I can do that on every single item to make sure that my council knows who Bill Batten is. But I won't do that. Thank you.
Pastor Mark Miller.
Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue. Sorry, I had a prior commitment. I had 20 people waiting on me. I rushed through that to hurry up and come back. And I just missed the discussion on your appointment number 7. But while you guys know me as pastor, like I said before, I spent 25 years executive leadership in aerospace here in Brevard County for the last 25 years before retiring to go full-time ministry in July. I say that because that means I am incredibly familiar with inefficient and unproductive and costly meetings, right? After that many years in aerospace. But I'm also incredibly familiar with the importance of meetings that have effective two-way communications. They help to build trust. And sometimes during these meetings, it's not always about the action, but it's about what we learn, what we hear. All right. Even the homeless coalition meeting that we just had, a homeless task force meeting, I forgot what it was called, but that we just had this week. Right. There was so much great information that came out of that. So for me, the meetings and the ability to engage is important. While I love being here with you guys in person, all right, and being able to shake your hand and make eye contact, I'm here because I want to participate. I'm here because I want to be a good citizen of Palm Bay. And I want to have a voice other than just casting my ballot once every 2 years. Otherwise, I just sit at home and watch it, right, from the comfort of my living room. So I, too, am really disappointed that this second public speaking is eliminated because you just reduced my ability to address in a public setting where it's recorded publicly for others to hear by 50%. With the exception of tonight, my 3 minutes at the end are often to offer up help, to offer assistance. What can the church do? What can I do with all my years of experience? How can I help based on the needs that were identified during the session? Maybe with you guys, or maybe with somebody who is here watching. And so I feel like that opportunity to come up at the end and offer help publicly has just been taken away. I realize votes already been taken. I get it. And I want to close with this, and I really mean it with the sincerity of my heart. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. I am really thankful, and I love what I am seeing. It's a lot of discussion. It is direct. It's on point. I have zero doubt for your commitment and your dedication to the people of this city. So that is absolutely not in question from my point that I'm making. I'm just disappointed that I just lost 50% of my opportunity to freely address you in public. Be blessed. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Butch, that's you, sir.
Butch Oran, 219 Trenton Avenue. I offered Bill the chance to be the last 3-minute guy, but he turned it down. Going back to shortening the meetings, possibly if you have a large group coming in, have that group have a spokesperson that brings all their complaints up instead of 45 people saying, we don't want it this, we don't want that. The other thing, the city is 64 years old, is that what I understood?
Yeah, we'll be 65, qualify for Medicare next month.
Great. Okay. No, but we have no history of Palm Bay. There's no office or anywhere you can go and find out, well, what happened here in 1967 or whatever year you want to look it up.
1960. Yeah.
So that might be something that the council want to, maybe a committee. I know you guys are kind of anti-committee right now, but maybe a historical committee would be a good thing to have. And you could gather the history of the city. And I'm sure we got a very good history. We also have a little shadowed history too, but both of them would be good stories. And the final thing is, you guys started the committee and council reports at 9:42. You can check out how much time you used. Thank you and have a good night. 10:16, okay. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas. I believe the county had a historical society, and I don't know if it's supposed to encompass the whole county. But that being said, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, this meeting's over. It's adjourned.
You're welcome. My